Hi, everybody. Welcome to lots of crazy about some PG.
The children of Israel went down into the Sinai Peninsula, and what they call the Sinai for it. It's not Sinai Peninsula,
Right.
and they crossed over the Gulf of Aqaba and ended up in Saudi Arabia. So we cover that on our part 7. All right, the children of Israel went down into the Sinai Peninsula, and what they call the Sinai Peninsula. My mind thinks of these things. Okay. So they get on the other side, and the Pharaoh's army follows them right in. And Moses, turn around, lift your stick out again, and the water back and drowned the whole army. But the ark was never taken; it was never found. They're finding things all over the world that just defy modern technology. Like, how did they do this? The legend is that the Egyptians, would sing or chant, use sound waves to lift these blocks for the pyramid. We still don't know how that works. I don't have a clue on that,
No.
Ron was over there doing research. He just was a humble fellow. He said, that looks like an ancient city wall. He goes up there and starts poking around and finds sulfur balls. Here's one right here. Smells like sulfur.
It does, yeah.
Bad. Ron was over there doing research. He just was a humble fellow. He said, that looks like an ancient city wall. It's 5 stories tall. The Bible says, the Lord rained upon Sodom and Gomorrah brimstone and fire from heaven. Brimstone is quite simply the ancient word for sulfur. Oh, my rib, hang on. If you hold that mic for a second. The Bible says very clearly, before the flood came, the people lived to be 900 years old.
Interesting part about these chariot wheels.
Oh, chariot wheel. Oh, hi. Hi, Jenny. Ancient chariot wheels.
Interesting part about these chariot wheels is through Egyptian history, spindles of the wheel had changed and evolved over time, and the dynasty that would have lined up with the Exodus event are the exact spindle shapes of these chariot wheels that are all across the Red Sea Crossing location.
Well, some of the chariots in Egyptian history used 4 spokes. Some had 8, some had 6. And this dynasty had all 3, and they found all 3 down there.
Yep.
So here's Mount Sinai over here. And it says so in the book of Galatians in the Bible. Mount Sinai is in Arabia. It's not in Sinai Peninsula. There's Mount Sinai, and that rock you held was from the top of that mountain right there.
Yep.
It actually burned the top of the mountain. It's still black today. I wonder if it shows up on Google Maps if you can just zoom in far enough to see the black.
Interesting part about these chariot wheels is through Egyptian history, spindles of the wheel.
Oh, giants.
This is a good example of what you just said, because this toe bone has been examined by multiple actual scientists. None of them are willing to come out and say publicly that this is a toe bone because of backlash from the community. But every one of them said undeniably 100% this is a human toe bone.
But see, the guy would have to be 15 feet tall to have a toe.
He would. Yeah, and that's sitting in the palm of my hand. I have a pretty big hand, as you can see. That's in the palm of it. So that person would have to be easily 12 to 14 feet tall. And not only would their bones have to be longer, but they would have to be wider to sustain that much weight.
Sure, but it was a different world back then. We know there were giant reptiles. Mm-hmm. We find the bones all over dinosaurs. They find fossil cockroaches 2 feet long. They find fossil dragonflies, 2 foot wingspan. Fossil grasshoppers 2 feet long. Why can they?
We'll see what Dan shows done. What crazy old Dan.
today, and he still looks over us.
Crazy old Dan. Out there
Even in the midst,
talking.
if you have $1 million house that burns to the ground, or your precious house gets pulled out into the ocean, God still loves you. Your neighbors still love you, but God and you.
Mao na nga bisa kung sa ato kahimtang sa kalibutan. Kining atong nahitabo karon ang Dios na makita nga gihigugma mo niya pakayo.
In California,
See?
you can tell God was telling people, okay, come on.
Look at crazy old Dan. He's just a crazy guy.
Because even yourselves here, you might have been, oh, good fishing, beautiful place, beautiful house on the
Just a
ocean.
crazy old Dan. Out there talking about
We
how.
might think of our own power.
Mao na nga bisan pa og naayo na kahimtang may tamanagat natay nindot ka balay pero pagsalig kasi mo galingon wala ka gihapon.
See?
We will.
Crazy old Dan.
You will build back your houses. You'll build back your businesses. You people are good. Philippines people are workers. You're powerful. You're strong together. But again, God wants us to look on Him and not on our own selves.
Mao na nga bisan pa og daghang mutabang nato kung pagtunormal lang atong kinabuhi pero hangtod nga dili ta mutan-aw sa Dios mutan-aw gyapon sa galingon may posibilidad pa nga mao ra gihapon ang atong kahimtang.
And I myself, I wasn't affected personally by the fire, but I had friends with houses burnt. But it made me think
Oh,
inside,
Dan.
Lord, how
He's
much am
just
I
a crazy
thinking of
little
me
guy,
instead of
Dan.
you?
Crazy.
And it recommitted me. It's like, oh no, we got to help each other. We got to do God's work now while we can. And I just
Nagbasa ko ba kami pangutana. Labaw wala atong nahimo ng Dios. Pagbasa ng Bible. That's why nagbasa ng Bible. Usa lang na. Basin balik na mo. So, please, enjoy. Di ko na dyan. Salamat Lord sa inyong pag-ahong naghatag sa Ginoo karon nga po na. Sige.
What's this?
All right, Philip and Matt.
Oh, crazy old Dan. Find some more crazy old Dan. See what this other stuff Dan doing.
It has a church, had a little design. We had this nice, huge building room for fellowship, but county demands landscaping, and they wanted to take some water and get it so it'll sink down, percolate down into the ground. So they required this little system here. They asked me to design and do it. We got about 30 or 40 guys. And pretty much nobody had the concept. I put it on paper. Nobody had the concept down, and so made it flow. There's a creek, there's a pipe there comes out, but then had it make it look like a little dry creek bed. Great on maintenance too. And then that is it. But to carry out a design, you have to have a concept and a plan.
See? Dan knows what he's talking about.
Here we are at Art and Garden Warehouse in Windsor, California, 930 Shiloh. We had some teasers about making wreaths. Had a crowd come and I showed them how to make wreaths, but I didn't show you guys. So here we go. We're gonna have a little wreath demo, I hope, here on Christmas Eve, and with not much material left. So here we go.
Crazy old Dan.
So this was the demo we did for people, and I added some holly into this one. They would just do the redwood greens because it was easy. That's the vintage wreath. Our frame is a little piece of willow. My great uncle did a bunch of them. And then a spool of wire. Then our brush, this is redwood, was the number one largest, I'm sorry, this is Gras, but more wreaths were made in Northern California out of redwood in the past than anywhere else. So when you cut your brush, you want it a little longer than, yeah, so let's go. Start the wire on.
Look at crazy old Dan.
Anyway, you can use wire, whatever you'd like. The willow stays nice and firm, and it's kind of have those little, the bumps on them from the buds, and that hooks on quick. Nice. So I'll show you one side real quick. So we're gonna make a fan shape. Not too much brush, but we're gonna make a fan shape so that everything will be evenly distributed around the hoop. And then on this, we're gonna make sure each time you about have the same amount. One piece could give you that much weight sometimes, and it might take 3 or 4 if they're little pieces.
Funny guy.
But you want to do your brush the same all the way around. %60 up top, 40% down below. Now the only thing different is you get going.
See?
We'll do
And scared
2
to
easy
destroy
wraps,
evolution. With the statue there.
2 lightly done ones,
What
and
is he
then
doing?
tighten the third one. That way when we get to the end, we'll be able to poke some
I
brush
think my channel's
down
still
in
there,
there
but
to give you the unending
Oh.
starting position. Then you'll just keep on going. Keep on throwing
Oh.
some things. So that's a fan shape, about the amount of weight. Now you're gonna throw it on, and then so we need to cover up our wire, of course, but not cover up the brush you just put, or you'll have a stack of brush. So we want to bring this down so you kind of evenly go on the outside of your wreath. And you just continue with 2 tight wounds, about 60% down. And then we'll do a few of these just for fun.
crazy old Dan.
That was one thick piece, so we'll put that one
He's a crazy guy.
going around. And then we'll pretend we just keep on going. Keep on going.
Look at him.
I don't want to make this forever.
Got a statue there. Just watching
So
what he's
we
doing.
know we're at the next to last. Keep on 2 tight rings
Teach him.
around. When you're next to the
Maybe
last
should be
one,
going.
so you've got all the way around here, and then the ends of your brush will hide all the hoop. That is then your last, next to last bit of brush.
That's
We
crazy.
got our wire.
They're great.
Imagine it's gone all the way around, so it's here.
So
Then your last one, and stick them down in to our loose lines of wire. And again, you want to, a lot of times I'll keep these nice top pieces. These look like a little fan already as my start and my finish. And we'll look in there, we'll get them down.
all must be Dan's fault. He's
And there's our
black.
last fan. So what I want to do is then we'll do our 2 wraps tight. Now
Look
here's
at all
where
Dan. His
funky.
planes.
So you're going
I
around.
don't know.
We will incorporate a couple of our first ones.
He's just teaching a
in with
statue
the
how to
last one.
fight with power.
That's
Oh, it's
tight.
making a
Then
reeve.
The last one. So we did a couple types. I'm gonna put my finger, put the wire on there, and go
Oh.
back the other direction. And as I do that, I'm gonna incorporate a couple more of the first ones.
He's a
I
crazy
have my
little
finger
guy.
and wrap the wire around it.
Teaching a
This
statue how to
only, you
make
could do it
stuff.
any way you want, but if you're doing a lot of them and you want speed, we'll just wrap it around that. You could either use that little hook as your hanger wire. I like to do another one so I can actually look at the wreath. Now I'm going to put a little, we'll do it way up here, but we'll put a little
He's a crazy little guy.
kink in the wire.
Crazy little
See that?
Dan.
Pull it, and it breaks.
Wow.
And that would be, well, look at this one.
Crazy little Dan.
And that's what you get.
Oh,
Happy wreath making.
thank you, Dan. That's nice of you, Dan. He's just a crazy little guy. Crazy little Dan. Crazy little guy. He's just a crazy little guy. Much more Dan.
Retaining wall. Same on this side, we have a dispersion of rainwater, so it's going to make a little lake thing there. Run off down to a drain there. Guys grading over that bed. We've got that going in.
Who are you? Can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you
Can
now.
you hear me now?
Yeah, who are you?
I said I'm Dan Newman.
Oh, I'm Dan Newman.
No,
How are you
I'm
doing?
not. I'm not. Dan Newman is burning bushes, and I'm one of his buddies.
Yeah.
And I joined before with his name, and he like freaked out and kicked me.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Who are you?
But Clay. My real channel name is Clay R15.
Oh,
I'm
Oh.
driving right now
that's
in my truck. I got a trucking company, so I join streams a lot when I'm like bored,
Oh.
driving, you know.
Have you heard of Dan Pazzi, the Paz father?
No.
Yeah, he's
No.
president of Poverty Guys.
The only ones I know.
Mhm.
So like I've been friends with Burning Bush's channel for a long time. So I know like some of the regulars from his, like you, that weirdo guy who proposed to an Asian girl. I can't think of his name.
Dan Pazzi.
Is that him? What's
Yeah.
his channel name?
Dan Pazzi.
Is that him?
What? Yeah.
What's funny about that is I actually have an Asian wife.
Yeah.
So I could kind of relate, besides the whole like cringiness of like meeting online and stuff.
He's president of the Poverty Guys. He was sworn in a couple months ago when he was voted in by Steven and them. But
Yeah. What the heck is it? I'm trying to think of this channel name, but it was a channel.
oh, Poverty Guys?
Maybe it's
That's-
just Proverb Guys or something.
Yeah. That's also part of his show. His channel he's in
Yeah.
charge of his father. What would you do?
Seems
Sorry
pretty
about that.
wild.
I didn't know you. I thought you might have been one of those trolls that Daniel talked about, but sorry about that.
Oh, that's cool. I understand because I'm using like obviously fake name.
And, before he got saved, his name was Daniel Oldman. Now he got saved, became Daniel Newman.
Yeah. it was Goldman because he used to be a Jew, and now he's no longer Jewish.
Oh,
I don't know if you knew that about him. He's like, so he was never actually like Jewish in a religious sense, but like ethnically, he's Jewish.
oh. Yeah, on his mother's side.
Yeah. That's why he's got the same last name as one of the Jews from Seinfeld.
Oh.
If you remember Newman.
Have you ever seen the? Oh, but guys, have you ever seen the Power Guys?
Yeah, I watched a few of them, but I couldn't really relate to them. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not like, I guess I am Christian, but I'm Catholic, which is like similar to Orthodox. So a lot of the stuff he says, like I disagree with. Like for one, for example, a lot of these people are like, if you accept Jesus as the Lord and Savior and like the Messiah, that's all it takes, and you'll go to heaven. But I don't think that's true. Because, like, for the reason being, you could like believe and accept and still be like a terrible person throughout life. You know? So I think it's more than just like believing, it's like following as well. Because if you try to like follow Jesus, it would be hard to do so and be a bad person.
What job do you work at?
Hold on, I'll show you. So I drive a semi and I'm self-employed.
Oh, you're like truck driver Billy.
And I got the big super sleeper with the couch and the sunroof and stuff.
Oh. That's nice. Oh, what do you think of Stephen Boland?
He's kind of cringy, honestly.
We think of the great Achilles.
Pretty much the same.
What about the Dan Pa's father?
Which one is the one who proposed on a live stream to some girl?
That one? I don't know. Oh, I think that might be Lupin.
Yeah, that was pretty cringe. Because it was kind of obvious when he's like talking to her that she's like doesn't really care about him. He just wants like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I think that was Lupin. I'll show you. Lupin.
Yeah.
I'll show you. This guy.
Oh yeah, I think it was him.
Yeah. No, they say don't be a sad Lupin. Be a happy Lupin.
Yeah.
See?
Could you imagine like
Is
proposing?
This you? Oh.
To some girl you never met in person?
Yeah. That's crazy. What would this guy say?
Hold on.
He's gangster Steve.
Yeah. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm getting a phone call. Hold on. I'll rejoin.
Okay. Gangster Steven will not be proud. He's a gangster. His gangster name is PG. You don't mess with the gangsters. Oh, okay. Gangster Steven. Gangster Steven. He's just a gangster. Work-based salvation. But let's see more of the crazy. He is a crazy guy. What do you think he's doing?
Check out these little new babies, little California salamanders. They're so cute. Moved a garbage bag in the driveway, and there they were. Oh, they're starting to get restless. Better go put them over here in the garden and go eating bugs and slugs and
Crazy.
all that stuff.
Dang it. Crazy.
There you go. There you go, guys. Oh, that was awesome. Check out these little new babies. I'm going to show a little temporary fix of a solenoid valve. Here it is. It's called an buggered root. Philip is being flunked. Gopher proofing.
Watch Fury.
Gopher proofing.
Let's see something else. Anything else a crazy Dan man with the master plan. Let's talk about.
You're part of this mission.
Oh,
We live already?
look at Dan.
In 7, 8. What? Oh, we're already live. I don't want to be live yet. I feel like I'm dead. So, good morning. We're here in the San Francisco Airport, International Airport, headed to Misamis exit down. Say that again. Start over again. We are here in the airport, the San Francisco International Airport, on our way to the Philippines. Misamis Occidentalis municipality. That's what it is. A municipality
Crazy.
in the Philippines. And this is the start. We're 50. We'll make a short. Can we make a short? Sure, we can make a short. More to come.
You're crazy old Dan. Just a crazy old man. Oh, he disappeared. Crazy old Dan. He's just a crazy little guy. He's so funny.
I met you. Yes, but I met you earlier.
Hi, hello.
We are here chatting with. We're here in.
Hi.
Sa pagkakaroon, hingaan niyo sa parang ipangatag. Ilang, in God's time, in God's time.
Old Dan.
Have a blessed day to everyone. It's a great privilege.
Dan's a crazy little guy. What do you think he's doing here? Oh. Oh. Crazy old Dan. He's just a crazy little guy. He's a crazy little guy. Let's see what. Oh. Oh. Dan talk. Dane pause. With the pause factor. Oh. Oh. Dane the Maine, Dane the Maine. You move the lane, it would mask the pain. He's just a crazy little Dane. See what a great Achilles has done. Wow. Oh. Oh. Good crazy old cuties. He's a crazy old guy. That's fought for world domination. See the great Achilles. Very great. And he's a cute. Oh. Today, no, that's tomorrow. What's Persian like? Idols of the United States. Don't leave room for Jello. Identify as Moses. Oh, another poverty. Noah's Ark. Oh. A letter from heaven. Your pain. Book that. Where he gets. Oh, like some of this.
And now I believe I can share my screen, but I need to check the chat again.
The great Achilles.
Alright, so here we are. So, we've read through all the way till chapter 13, and we've, I believe, I hope this study has offered something that you didn't know. But again, I do need to clearly point this out, that I am a reborn Christian, which is, I consider myself 8 years old. I started reading the Bible 8 years ago. So nobody's saying that this is going to be the best study of the book of Revelation that you can get. Like, I know so many things that I haven't touched upon, and we are already deep. So the purpose of this study was to at least assist with some keywords that if you change them, they change the meaning. And there are places where I understand how a change can come up due to different times, due to different ways of people talking, due to different times, due to different ways of people.
I wonder so aimless in life. My life was filled with sin all the time. Then like a stranger, the Lord came in my life. Praise the Lord. I saw the light. I saw the light. I need somebody to help me along. The Lord is my helper. He's strong like a stone. I won't sin when He's in my life. Praise the Lord. Jesus is my life. I wonder so aimless in life.
Funny. David. Oh. Beware of the great Achilles. Ew.
Achilles! You're very brave, but very stupid to come after me alone. Achilles? I see Achilles. And no man forget how menacing we are. We are lions.
And this is the way to fight it.
Great.
Time.
Great Achilles. Oh. Hmm. Awesome. Oh. Let's see what Joseph had to say. Oh. Oh. Let's see some more. Like what? Oh, let's see some more stuff. Oh. Oh, let's see about the Hopper guys.
To Proverbs Guys Ministries. This is a very special episode. We have our favorite creationist in the house.
Hey, overworked, underpaid, no, way behind, dead tired, but I never complain. Never complain.
All right. Oh, boy.
God is good. Now, some of God's kids drive me nuts, but God is good.
Amen.
Has your main YouTube channel, the Genesis Baptist Church, that's back up and running now?
Yeah, they took it down because we happened to mention, what it says in what you're supposed to do in Genesis chapter 1 about what your diet's supposed to be, but you're not allowed to say that on YouTube. So we're back up. We're on a whole bunch of channels. We just got a new one called Brighteon. I never heard of that one, but
Yep.
If you go there, you can see the whole series that Brady did on Kent Hovind is Innocent. Used to be on KentHovinIsInnocent.net. They keep taking stuff down, but they don't like the fact that I didn't break any laws, and they broke a bunch of laws. So anyway, you can watch all the videos right, and please copy them before they take that down someplace. Okay.
Yes, and as you always say, guys, share and repost his videos as much as you can to help on off of YouTube one day. All of your videos are on the website, right? drdino.com.
Videos on our website?
No, we have an offline.
We have an offline backup, but
okay.
Okay, yeah,
that worked.
Yeah.
All right. So to start, we wanted to just interview you this evening. You're always going on debates and taking punches, but there's another side of Kent Hovind we want everybody to get to know and love. And you're an evangelist. You're not just an evangelist, but you're an evangelist that I've had the pleasure of personally knowing for going on 3 years or so now. And out of every man of God I've ever met, I've never met one who's as dedicated to winning souls as you. How do you keep that your focus?
That's the main thing. That's the whole purpose of everything. Everything else is going to burn. Jesus told his disciples, go ye in all the world and build big churches and make a lot of money. No. He said, he said something different, didn't he?
Yeah.
That wasn't the book of Second Opinions.
Okay. February 9th, coming up in a couple of days, will be my birthday into God's family. 1969, I gave my heart to the Lord, got saved. Fortunately, God led me to have one of the girls in high school invited me to go to her church, a Baptist church. I'd never heard of a Baptist church. So I went to the Baptist church and fell in love with the preaching and the banging on the pulpit and heart, and it was amazing. And the focus on evangelism. And that fire caught into me early in my Christian life. And I've been trying now for 55 years to try to lead everybody I can to the Lord. There's no joy like it.
Amen.
Well, I have to say, I don't think I've ever met anyone who's brought as many souls to Jesus as you have. And you've baptized almost just as many. What is your body count now for the folks you've baptized?
Oh, in my life, I have no idea. We have almost 270 here at our lake in Dinosaur Adventureland.
I was one of those 200, and okay. Ryan was also one of those 200 and something. Wow.
I'm the only one who is not baptized by
keep going. I tell people I'm going to keep preaching until I die, and then my videos are going to keep going after that. So there's nothing the atheists can do about it.
And we download a lot of them, even if they take them down. Sir, I am working on the previous debate that you did here, and we're going to send you the link when it's over. Because what you were confronted with, as any time, are attacks. They are never legit points. Whenever there is a legit point, it's a lie. And you don't even have the time to respond to everything. Like they give you one response, and in it there are like 5 attacks in, and then there are 3, and then you don't even know what to respond to, and they change the subject. And this is the evidence that the evolutionism side has nothing. They don't have actual data to back up their religion. We call it. Yeah.
I've never heard anybody else say that. Evolution is a religious cult. It's nothing. There's nothing scientific about it. Amen. It's a religion and it's a cult.
Yep, it is. Right. And there are cultists that are acolytes that are protecting it all over the internet.
I have a really big question for you, Pastor, and I think that your years in ministry, you'll be able to answer this one with ease, whereas I struggle with it still. Fellowshipping with unbelievers. As a believer, what should that look like? How far should our fellowship with unbelieving, unsaved folks go?
Well, when I was in high school, I took lifeguard training to be a certified lifeguard, and then I went on to be instructor where I could train lifeguards to be lifeguards. And one of the rules is, try not to touch the drowning person. Reach, throw, row, go. Reach for them with a pole. Throw something to them like a life jacket or something that floats, a life ring. Row to them and let them grab the boat. As a last resort, you go grab them. Many times, a grown man has been drowned by a 5-year-old girl because frantically drowning. She will grab you, you touch them. So I could reach for them with a pole. I could
Hello.
Hi. How are you today?
Doing all right. How about you, my friend?
Good.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
What you been doing?
Well, I'm about to do some dishes here, so I'm going to try to mute in between, but if you hear some clanking and clonking, it's because I'm taking care of some dishes at the moment. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's all right. What you been doing all day? Can't is it goose?
Well, I've been watching like not even maybe the last 30 seconds of the stream that you had up. And that was Steven was asking about unbelievers, right? And fellowshipping with unbelievers. Yeah. I mean, like, Kent doesn't draw upon a scriptural example to give Stephen, which is really his job as a pastor, you would think, or as a minister, or whatever the hell you want to call him in his current position. It's his job to be a conduit whereby scripture is spread and expressed to people. Now, maybe he's going to relate this example in his personal life to scripture, but if Kent just gives him this example from his personal life and says, well, this is what I did, therefore this is what you should do, then that's not doing the job of being a pastor and actually allowing people in your flock to have a better understanding of what one ought to do, not from what they did in their personal life, but what it says in the good book, so to speak. So I guess the only way to find out is to watch his answer and see whether or not it relates back, because if it does, then I'll eat crow on my previous statement and say that I got out ahead of myself. But otherwise, if he just relates it to his personal life, then I don't know. We'll have to go forward with that in mind.
Yeah.
So do you have the video? Do you have the video?
Yeah, I get it. Big Bad Mama had a video of is Dinosaur Adventureland a cult?
Wow. Toilet bowling. That's a good one, Asa. It's a good one. You know what? I haven't come up with a name that good in a hot minute. Toilet bowling. That's a good one. I feel like Stephen was just asking Kent that question so he could see how far he could justify treating non-believers like second-class citizens. Yeah, no, I'm sure. I'm sure that was like the actual auspices of him asking that question, but I'm purely talking from like the perspective of what Kent's actual job should be here and what he should be doing. And I'm sure that any Christian will be like, "Oh, you're an atheist. You shouldn't know." Well, am I wrong? Just because I'm a non-believer, does that mean that I'm wrong for saying that his answer shouldn't be about his personal life? It should be about the Bible and what the Bible has to say about one should be doing about those things? I don't think that's a bad thing to say, no matter who's saying it, if you're talking about coming from a Christian perspective. But she also made another comment. If you limit your ability to spend time with non-believers in any capacity, you're proving the only reason you associate with them is solely to shove Jesus down their throat. That's true. I mean, the job of every single Christian, according to the Great Commission, is to go forward unto all the world and to baptize everyone in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, and to proclaim the good word, to proclaim the good news to everyone. That's the job that your Messiah assigned to you very explicitly. So when people like Stephen ask for qualifications on those things, to me, that's just him basically saying, oh, well, I don't want to do that because that's too hard. You know, like, that's too difficult. That's too mentally tasking for me to go down that road. Well, you know, Stephen, when Jesus says that when Jesus says that their burden is heavy and his yoke is light, he's not necessarily talking about the duties that you're doing on earth in your corporeal form. He's talking about the rewards that you ought to be receiving if you do follow him and if you do take up his mantle. That is when your yoke is lightened, is in the afterlife. When you're gone, when everything is said and done, your soul is the one that takes on that yet lighter yoke. It's not you yourself. There's plenty of people that were in bondage. There's plenty of people that suffered absolutely horrendous conditions from the moment they were born to the moment they died, that believed in Jesus. And yet their yoke in their physical corporeal form was never lightened in any way, shape, or form. He's not talking about that. He's talking about the fact that you could receive a better yoke once you're gone. So when people like Stephen come forward and they say, well, do we have to deal with all these people? Because it's too difficult. I don't really want to deal with that. Well, tough luck. Either be a Christian and do all of the things that are required unto you by your Messiah, or get the hell out of here. All right? You know, at least my criticisms, at least the fact that I'm willing to say that, you know, the auspices of being a Christian is something that I would not pursue, I can at least say that I do that because I do not believe the evidence of that God existing. Right? Like, I do not think there is evidence of that God existing. So there's no evidence to believe or disbelieve in, really. I've had a lot of people come at me with conceptual ideas that have been dressed as evidence, but I'm talking about evidence in a scientific kind of perspective. I'm talking about something that can be quantified in some way, shape, or form. That's the evidence that I'm looking for. At least I'm consistent when I say that I'm looking for that, whereas people like Stephen, they try to have their cake and eat it too. They try to take up all the good things that come with being a Christian, but want to eschew all of the actual responsibilities that come with that title. And I think that that's a load of crap. It's why I try to hold Christians accountable to the Bible. It's why people like Achilles have said, oh, Aidan, I better make sure that I don't have any dirty fingernails when I'm around you because you'll point them out to me. No, I'm just pointing out the fact that you're trying to reap all the benefits of being a Christian while dealing with none of the actual consequences of that. And that's silly. That's something that your Messiah would find very contemptible.
Oh.
Hi, Hazel.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Well,
hey, I'm doing all right.
A problem with, not with Aiden, you know, with anything that Aiden said, I actually agree with him. There must be a God then. But if these people read the Bible, meaning toilet bowl, Drano Dan, yada, 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 read the Bible as much as they say they do, why does he ask an asinine question? And I'm a firm believer there's no stupid questions, but that was an asinine question because who did Jesus hang out with? You know, he didn't hang out with the righteous all the time, you know.
No, he hung out with tax collectors.
Prostitutes, you know.
Prostitutes.
People that needed saved, you know. And for him to ask Kent, you know, well, how far do we have to go? Why don't you read the book that you say that is so important to them?
Right. Well, they'll try to also, like Stephen has tried quoting, there's a part in Matthew that talks about, you know, if people aren't receptive to what you're saying, then dust off your sandals and go over to the next city or something like that. And when they're talking about not being receptive, they're literally talking about the days where Christians were violently persecuted for what they did. They're talking about the days where, like, Jesus encouraged his followers to carry swords because there was a very dangerous occupation at that early stage in their history when religion was such a contentious issue. So when people weren't receptive to Christian talking points back in the day, that wasn't just people over the internet saying, oh, I disagree with you and here's my reasons for disagreeing. No, they would say, hey, I'm going to kill you and I'm going to kill your family if you stick around here. That's when you dust off your sandals and go to the next city.
Right. Well, but the thing about it is, even then, and I called Poopin out on this when he tried this the other day, but, you know, when they're talking about knocking the dust from your feet, and it wasn't for Gentiles. It's when Jesus sent everybody, or, you know, everybody out 2 by 2 and, you know, said that if the Jews aren't, and even goes so far as says to avoid the Gentiles, you know, says that if, you know, they're out there to, you know, recruit fellow Jews, and if they were not receptive, then you knock the dust from your feet and move on. You know, don't have any concerns for them.
It's just cherry picking is what it really amounts to.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean,
dirt under the fingernails thing. Under my fingernails, as Aiden said.
It's just so stupid. It's like, no, me pointing out that your book says that you ought to be acting this way is not me telling you to be perfect. That's me pointing out your book is telling you to act that way, you idiot.
Right. I mean, how do you, I guess recruit or convert fellow believers if they already believe like you? That's the Great Commission was to go out and preach, through all the land, every country, every nation. And that's part of the prophecy of when the so-called Jewish Messiah, was to come. When it had been preached throughout the land and there was world peace on, the Messiah's shoulder. That hasn't happened yet.
It just seems like a bunch of damn belly aching as far as I'm concerned. It's just a bunch of, oh man, this stuff is real hard. Yeah, go tell that to Thomas, who was speared in India when he was preaching what he was, Go tell that to Peter, who was nailed upside down. Like, there's loads of people that suffered plenty worse than you being called mean names and your past being invoked on the internet. I think that people suffered slightly worse than that for you, Stephen.
Yeah.
It's just silly. If you don't have the cojones to deal with it, then get out, as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
Like, stop getting in my face and stop trying to levy all of this God-bothering nonsense to me if you can't even deal with it yourself.
This is an older video one.
Well, could we play that video with Steve? Yeah, I want to see Kent's answer, because like I said, Kent's answer to me is really going to determine where his priorities are, because he started the answer with, well, I was a lifeguard when I was such and such age, and when I was a lifeguard, it's like, yeah, that has nothing to do with the Bible, Kent. He asked you about something about dealing with non-believers, and you started answering the question with, well, what about me, Stephen? Let's see how he carries it through.
That heathen, I don't get real close to him. I don't want him to drag me down. And we were taught in our life-saving exercises, if they grab you, how do you get out of different holds? The strangle from behind, strangle from the front. There's different ways to get out of choke holds they're going to put on you. And so we learn how to turn that into a submission hold for them, so we can drag them. I got people that are pretty bad sinners in my circle, but I don't get them too close. Jesus was a friend of publicans and sinners. I don't think he was buddy-buddy with them. I want to influence them. I don't want them to influence me. I guess that's where I try to draw the line. If I say, oh, that's starting to influence me. No, sorry, can't do that. Okay?
Okay, so let me...
what would you suggest
so hold on.
Identifying...
Pause. So that answer had like one quick reference to Jesus, and then it was like 95% Kent Hovind and his experience and me. Well, Jesus hung out with publicans and sinners. Yeah, that's right, Kent. And he didn't give up on them either. It's not like it was the first time that he spoke to Simon Peter and was like, hey, you ought to be doing this stuff. He didn't just immediately accept him. His brother Andrew actually accepted him first. He was the first one of the apostles to accept Jesus, and Simon Peter didn't, because Jesus wasn't convincing or compelling to him at that point in time. He knew about him. He knew about his existence. He physically stood in his presence, and yet he wasn't immediately convinced, and that didn't make Jesus just say, oh, I'd better just give up. I better just leave this guy behind. You know what you're telling me, Kent, when you act like trying to deal with somebody who's a non-believer is equivalent to dragging you down and drowning you? That just tells me that your faith isn't strong enough to keep you up, buddy. Because any argument from me, any combination of nouns and verbs and just different sounds coming out of my little monkey mouth right now, that shouldn't convince you that the God of the Bible isn't real, because faith is the substance of things hoped for, all right? It's not supposed to be something that you put in tangible things. That's what faith is supposed to be according to the Bible, Kent. So you telling me that you hanging around somebody that is unbelieving for long enough, that doesn't submit to your way of thinking, that is thrashing against what you're doing, which is just a way of analogizing somebody disagreeing with you about these topics, and having reasons for a reasoned disagreement has now become somebody violently thrashing and trying to drag somebody under the water, according to Kent. And that's just to dress up the fact that he's saying to basically give up on those people. He's saying give up on those people. Don't worry about those people, because if you talk with those people, they might say things that might get you thinking a slightly different way. Well, then your faith is weak. And you're one of those publicans and sinners, Kent. You're one of those people that probably needs a bit of a writing in his way. If you really have that little faith in your book, give me a break.
What do you think, asshole?
I agree. Yeah, I'm trying to get Buns on the same page as me as what I was talking about with knocking the dust from your feet in Mark 10. Ooh, that's too much. Hold on. Try to get the rest of it where they're knocking the dust from their feet. What do you think about it, gangster? We want your opinion.
I don't know, but
there we go.
Just sad me, Ryan's he left there. I forgot why he left, but
Ryan left the Proverbs guys? Yeah. Well, I think he left the Proverbs guys because he's kind of seen the writing on the wall, like most people have at this point.
Well, did he leave, or is he still? Which I would be butthurt still. You know what they did to him. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, no kidding.
So, you know,
well, he was suspended, but he was still on their host list as well as like other people that were there because he was supposed to be temporarily suspended, quote unquote.
Oh God, what a bunch!
But after the debacle with Tim happened, Ryan, Tim, and Andrew have all now. Yeah, they're all gone.
And Jeremiah Buckingham.
Oh, yeah, right. Jeremiah. No, he's the third one outside of Tim. So there's actually 4 in total that have all jumped ship from that place. It's really just the core of who's kind of always tried to hang around there. And I do think that those are the quote unquote true believers. You know, those are the, as I've said, those are the band that are going to play all the way until the Titanic crests the water. I really do think they're going to stick to this all the way down. But I don't know why. You know, just because I recognize that to be true doesn't mean that I really see the motivation for doing it. An unnatural relationship with a minor. That's right, Claude. An unnatural relationship with a minor was what they said about what Ryan was doing. And then when we had a reaction to that, that basically consisted of, well, what do you mean by that? Could you provide some information that maybe could clarify things and make things a little bit more apparent? Because the implications of what you're saying are pretty awful. And then they made that out to be, oh, there's a bunch of sharks circling the water looking for blood. Oh my God, they're trying to find all this horrible information. It's like, no, according to you, all of that information was already made public. We're not circling the water looking for blood. We're looking for the actual context of what the hell happened. And you trying to recontextualize that as us just out for blood just reveals that your original plan, which basically consisted of, oh, we're going to say these really vague things about Ryan, and then they're going to go on the show and call him a pedophile and call him all these horrible, mean, disgusting things. And then we'll throw up our hands and say, oh my gosh, we never said that about Ryan. We never said anything of that nature. But that didn't work. That didn't work. We didn't go and say that. So they had to go to plan B. And they had to say, wow, these people are horrible. They're looking for context.
I mean, Drano Dan saying that was Drano Dan not saying that, I guess, on video.
I mean, like, they're known to try these really weird social engineer. Like, remember when Dan had his kid on the chat? His kid was, like, making all these weird... Maybe you weren't around at this point. Maybe you were. I don't remember. No, but yeah, there was this point where, like, when Dan was really early in the community, his kid came on the chat. And surely enough, like, you'd think that Dan would recognize his kid in the chat and his username, but apparently, according to Dan, his kid made a secret account without his permission and then snuck on a bunch of crap. Anyways, his kid starts making these comments in the chat, like asking people like their opinions about him and about Dan and stuff like that. And Dan's even trying to goad people like Mark, like, yeah, Mark, what do you think about that? And it doesn't go the way that he wants it to at all. Once again, we're just kind of sitting there going like, who is this guy? What is he doing in here? And then Dan ends up coming out and said, why are you guys talking to my son? Why are you guys engaging with this young child and saying these things to him? It's like, Dan, if you knew that was your son, then why did you just allow that to happen if it was so horrible, according to you? Anyways, like I'm trying to say, Dan and Steven are both known as like serial social engineers, or at least like attempted serial social engineers. They never really work as far as their plots are concerned, but that doesn't make them stop. It doesn't mean that they're not going to try to cobble the next one together. It's just really weird. It really is. And that's what made me suspect at first, you know, with the whole Tim thing, unfortunately. I don't even like, look, I've had disagreements with Tim, and I think that even though Tim, you know, isn't necessarily the best person overall as far as some of the aspects of his personality are concerned, he's still certainly a lot better than a lot of the Proverbs guys were. I kind of doubted whether or not he was sincere in his leaving of that group, and that really wasn't because of Tim himself. It's because that group has been so known over all this time as serial manipulators. Yeah, exactly. Right. And he chose to associate himself with those people, so it kind of is on him a little bit. Right. It's not necessarily.
I didn't think it lasted would have lasted as long as it did with Tim. To be honest, the personality conflict plus the heretic, you know, that's heretical teaching stuff.
Yeah, well, the other theological disagreements. Right. Well, Tim tried saying before, it was the exact same thing that Christian used to say back in the day as well. Oh, me and Steven have disagreed on things, and we were able to get along still. You guys don't know what you're talking about. He's not that much of a hair trigger when it comes to that stuff. Oh, just you wait.
Yep.
Just you wait. Just give it a bit of time. Yeah, and it did.
Yeah, I feel bad for Timmy, to be honest. I mean, I have my
No, I do too.
I call him Pope Timmy, you know, but he kind of got under my hard cover because he said something about, you know, joking around, you know, like hands or angrily hands, asshole, something, punch or something, you know, whatever it was. And I'm thinking, okay, of all the bullshit I've said to him, all the stuff I've said, you know, for him to still say that, it's okay, you know. But if he could get rid of the heretic and have a normal conversation, like with me and Awake, you know, I thought for a minute that she was fanatical. Sorry, Awake. Until I was backstage one day and we were all talking, and it's like, oh no, this girl is actually sane compared to, you know, especially the petty. Petty girls.
Oh yeah.
But you know, I love talking to her. And Terry.
No way.
No, she trolled you.
I mean, it was such a. If you're gonna troll, then like troll on something that hasn't killed millions of people unnecessarily throughout human history. I don't know.
When she was talking about Jesus walking with the dinosaurs, and I
I got her back at one point. Did you see the one where she was talking about love, and she was like, "Love is all things hoped for," and I was like, "Oh, okay, so hoping to murder somebody is part of love too."
Hoping to take a poop. That's got to be righteous.
That's right. That's got to be love, because love is all things that are hoped for. So
it's a righteous love when you're constipated.
It was good times. Grayson destroyed Kent the other night. You know, I need to see that. It's actually come up in my feed, and I've put it in my Watch Later playlist. But I do need to check that one out. The Grayson the final debate. Probably going to be way more exciting than that Paul Tyson crap.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. I think Kent's answer there is very revealing. I think that it's kind of a microcosm of his entire ministry, because it was 95% him and all about his experiences and what he's done. And then he throws a little bit of Jesus in at the end because he realizes, oh crap, I better not make this all about me. And then he just gets right back to talking about him.
Hi, logo.
Tim, where's this logo? Sorry, I only glanced at the screen. Their logos kind of look similar if you look at them at a glance.
I think this might be.
Hello. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah. Hello, Mr. Logo.
Hi, together. How are you today?
Doing all right. Just doing chores, which is always fun.
Just real quick, I think that's the link to the Grayson Kent, because it says 1 day ago. I'm hoping it's the right one. I was going to go through it. I hope that's it, Jens. If it's not, I'll keep looking if you need be.
They do have more than one debate.
Yeah, this one was the final debate, though.
Kent Hovind versus Grayson Hawk, 1.4K views streamed 1 day ago. Genesis.
That should be the one.
Yeah, that's what it has to be.
I knew it was Genesis Baptist Church because they called him Dr. Hovind. It's like that's the only place that's going to call him doctor.
That's true. That trailer park that he got that degree at.
It's a freaking dormitory now. It's like some place that like college students live or some crap. Like actual college students.
Okay.
Which I think is kind of an irony.
Here's something Claude wanted me to play.
I wonder so.
Oh God, my ears
My life was.
Oh God. It did. No, you know, Claude made a comment before that this guy comes from the Hovind School of Music, and Missy Maud was like, "Oh, whatever, let's hear you sing," or some crap like that. And when she responded, it's like, I never heard it up until now, but even just that one brief sample tells me that yes, this guy absolutely is a student of the Kent Hovind School of Music.
Would you want to react to?
Go ahead, sorry, Logo.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you know those people that get like throat cancer or lung cancer? They have like those machines that they have to put up to their throat that like make them sound all robotic and stuff. I've heard those people be less monotone than this guy.
Would you want to react to something different? I have a video. I can post that in private chat. Maybe a gangster can play it, right? Yeah. I'm not sure if you. It's not too long, but it's a few minutes, right?
Sure.
But it's something different than the keep talking about Stephen. What am I interested in, Stephen? Right?
Hey, we were talking about Kent Hovind too, Mr. Logo. We talk about a variety of things.
Stephen, right? But it has to do with your work, Aiden, insofar, right? But it's kind of deep, like it's statistics insofar, right? But it's the deepest shit that you can think of your work. Think about that. And when I first saw the video, I was crying. So
really?
I will post a link in the private chat. It's easier, maybe when we are just 4 people, right?
Right. Well, while we're getting that pulled up, Stephen Kent, Stephen Kent, Stephen. I didn't know you felt that way, Mr. Logo. We'll try to vary up the content a little bit.
No, it's just from time to time, but maybe like a different thing. Yeah, can you put it on full screen? Maybe, yeah.
Is 80 years. And an 80-year-old today was 10 when World War II ended. A soldier who saw battle would have to be in his late 80s, at least today. Generals, political leaders, the decision makers of the war, few are still with us. And over the past few decades, we've seen authors and filmmakers rush to capture stories from survivors before this connection of memory is lost. This project is not about individual war stories, and it's not about survivors. We're going to tally up the tens of millions of people whose lives were cut short by the war, and see how these numbers stack up to other wars.
It's about the fallen, right? Not the survivors, right?
Right.
In history, including trends in recent conflicts. We'll be counting soldiers and civilians separately. Each of these figures represents 1,000 people who died. Civilians were of all walks of life. Whereas military deaths were almost entirely men. The average age was about 23. In most battles, for every 1,000 soldiers killed, there are more than 1,000 who were injured. The word casualty can be confusing because in military speak, it often includes both deaths and injuries, and anything else that takes a soldier out of service. Here, we're just counting the deaths. And we'll begin with American soldiers. Over 400,000 died. Most of the deaths occurred in the European theater, and about a quarter were in the Pacific, fighting the Japanese. When you put them on the timeline, you see that casualties were the heaviest at the end of the war. The war began on September 1st, 1939. But the US wasn't willing to join the fight until Pearl Harbor, 2 years in. The deaths increased drastically on D-Day, when the Allies invaded Normandy. One of the most tragic moments of the war was on D-Day at Omaha Beach, where 2,500 Americans fell. So about the same number of US soldiers died on this single beach landing. 15 years of the recent war in Afghanistan. The bloodiest battle in Okinawa, which lasted 82 days, during which 12,500 Americans died. About 5,000 of these deaths were at sea from kamikaze attacks. Now let's look at some other countries, starting with Europe. Germany started World War II when it invaded Poland. Poland ultimately lost 200,000 soldiers in the war. Most died after the invasion while the country was occupied by Germany and the Soviet Union. Germany, meanwhile, lost just 16,000 in the invasion of Poland. The Nazis went on to invade and conquer other countries, including Denmark, Belgium, the Netherlands, France, Greece, and Yugoslavia. France surrendered, but after losing 92,000 soldiers in the Battle of France. Over 200,000 ultimately fell, which includes deaths in POW camps, French colonies, and other fighting. Yugoslavia suffered almost 500,000 military deaths. The initial invasion brought relatively few casualties on both sides, but the deaths mounted under Nazi occupation due to guerrilla fighting, civil conflict, and mass executions. The Nazi invasions were swift, with relatively few German losses. Even the Nazi commanders expressed surprise at their success. And then we have the United Kingdom and the United States, who were not invaded but took the fight to the Nazis. About the same number of soldiers as the US, which includes the British colonies. Germany lost about 500,000 soldiers fighting the US and Britain in what is known as the Western Front, which took place in France and Belgium. But most Nazi soldiers died in the
Can you pause quickly?
Germany's unsuccessful invasion of the Soviet.
Now it comes. Watch that. I wanted to point out that in the video, right? Keep going, please.
The numbers are staggering. The most famous battle of the Eastern Front, and perhaps the turning point of the European War, was Stalingrad. The German 6th Army successfully took Stalingrad, but then got surrounded by the Soviets and cut off from food and ammunition. 500,000 Nazis would ultimately die in Stalingrad. Another 100,000 were taken prisoner, of which 6,000 would ever return. POWs had a low survival rate throughout World War II, and it was particularly grim in the East. When you include these POWs, roughly the same number of Germans died in Stalingrad as all the Western Front fighting against France, the UK, and the US. And though Stalingrad was a victory for the Soviets, they suffered almost twice as many losses as Germany. The Soviet Union would eventually defeat the once unstoppable German army, killing 2.3 million.
Kim, do we have to watch the whole video? It's depressing. Either?
Yeah. Pardon?
Do we have to watch the entire video? It's depressing.
Oh, yeah, sure. Then you can cut it off. But I said it's deep, right? But like, I mean, really.
Nazi soldiers. But winning the war came at a cost.
It's still going. It's still going. Right?
Points official tally by the Russian muted number. Some studies have calculated as many as 14 million dead. To complete the count of European military deaths, we need to add German deaths from other fronts, including the North and Africa, as well as deaths from other Axis powers allied with the Nazis, Hungary, Romania, and Italy. When you put these European military deaths on the timeline, it looks like this. You can now interact with the chart to learn more time.
Yeah, you can stop that.
Okay.
Thank you for presenting that.
You're welcome.
So what do you think, Aiden?
Well, it harkens back to a saying that I think is very important in this context, and that's amateurs discuss tactics while professionals discuss logistics. And I think the logistics of a conflict like the Second World War is something when you just look at the sheer amount of people who died makes you realize just how much of the world's resources truly were poured into this conflict. It's probably, in terms of the most effort and energy and time and a truly unquantifiable number in its totality, the amount of effort that was expended in this affair. But I would venture to say that the Second World War is, if you had to quantify any single human endeavor, the one that we have put the most effort into in its totality. And unfortunately, that is an indictment of humanity rather than an endorsement of it. Because what we got from that war was just that. It was that chart that was shown there. And the only reason why it was shown the way that it was because if you actually quantified each individual person, it would be so large, it would be so that it would take up a fraction of a pixel each person if you tried to display them, even on some of the best screens that we have available to us today. And those kind of numbers are just something that the human mind has a very hard time comprehending or quantifying. You know, our mind that grew up in a hunter-gatherer environment where we only had to contend with communities of maybe even 100, 200 people at the absolute most is about how much we have the ability to recognize and intimate with socially. It's about 200 people. So when you look at that number of Soviet deaths alone, and you realize that that number is somewhere between, in total, you know, just not even with civilian deaths in mind, about 8.7 million was the official number listed by the Soviet military. But in total, somewhere about 26 to 27 million, if you count the 19 million civilians who would have also died in that conflict. It's something that simply boggles the mind. And it's depressing. I agree, Gangster Ghost. It's something that is not easy to confront or deal with, even as people like us who didn't have to directly deal with the consequences of this conflict. It's still something that's very difficult to confront because, like I said, it's an incredible indictment upon humanity that we went and we did this thing. But
yeah, I just wanted to present something different than Stephen, but maybe to talk about Stephen is.
I wasn't done speaking.
Sorry.
But that makes it all the more important that we do remember this conflict and that we do remember everybody that did give their lives for this monumental titanic struggle that humanity put itself through between 1939 and 1945. That is the best thing that we could possibly do to ensure that something like this doesn't happen again. And with that said, yes, I'll give the floor to you, Logo. Go ahead.
Yeah, the video then goes on to civilians, as you mentioned, right? But that's maybe even more depressing, right? So it's maybe even more uplifting to keep talking about Stephen, right? I just wanted to present something that is different than the usual thing. And it's a few minutes only.
What do you think, Azel? You there, Azel? Oh no, he gone crazy.
I mean, I didn't want to do some show and tell, right? Like in school or something.
Yeah, I don't think they're doing. I'm not sure they're doing a show today, but tomorrow at 28th, I think they're doing a show with Pastor Jay. Well, they did a show last night with the Proverb teams.
Yeah, they did. It got like a whopping 37 views or something like that when I saw it. So
it was weird.
They did good.
Dan texted me, said they're on. So I went to see what's going on.
Yeah, he's been doing that with me too. He's been like leaving me messages like telling me that the thing is on, and it's like, Dan, I haven't even attempted to go on your guys' channel in months. Why do you think I'm going to do it now?
One kid was on there.
I have no interest. Okay. Even that very basic like fascination. I'm sorry, Gigi. No, you go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I forgot what I was going to say. Anyways.
Sorry about that, buddy.
The kid Jeremy was on there. That's all I'm going
to say. Oh, okay. Even the macabre like fascination that I had in like going on there and just like watching how they would react has kind of dissipated at this point. I'm not really interested in going on there in any capacity at this point. So I don't know why Dan sends me that crap either, but he does with me as well. He'll say stuff with it too, like, why don't you watch a real teaching? It's like, yeah, your teachings are so much better than Christian Pike's, I'm sure. I'm sure that you guys...
Question, I only saw like Proverbs guys were planning till videos till end of November and then we'll stop till New Year. Is that correct? Because when I saw the listed videos of future hangouts, they all stopped in November and then start in, I think, even February. Will they all be off or something?
Oh, will we get a merciful break during December?
No, that's the question, right?
Oh, I think they have shows in December. The 2nd, 3rd, I think. I'm not sure.
Then Logo can come back on and talk about all the people that died. I'm just joking. No, I appreciate you coming on and presenting that, Logo, because this is obviously a topic that I too am very passionate about. And I'm very passionate about educating people about. So I appreciate it.
Yes, and I saw several people reacting to this. And they all said, like, if each figure is 1,000 people, I said, it's still going, it's still going. And this was so impressive. Right?
Sure, I don't see any shows scheduled today, but tomorrow, 29th about American God Idols, the mini idols in the United States. They even got a picture of Jesus back there. And then after that, 29th again, don't leave room for Satan. And after that, the second, they're doing a show about Moses in Egypt. After that, the third, a Proverbs again. And then the fourth, they're doing episode 2, Epic.
Oh, they're not doing that thing on Egypt until the 3rd. That's good. That gives me and Deviant some time to do another part. Did any of you guys catch mine and Deviant's refutation of their video yesterday?
Yes, I was wondering when can I join such hangout.
Well, well, we're trying to limit it to just us right now, in spite of Christian trying to break that rule. Dang you, Christian!
Ban that boy.
You can't see it, but I'm shaking my fist right now, like Grandpa Simpson does at the cloud in that one episode. Trust me. No, but yeah, I really enjoyed it, and I was honestly, and I still am a little bit stunned at just how brazenly they lie in that video that they showcased. Like, it's just not even ambiguous. They're just straight up changing the text from what it originally was, and are just adding information.
Must have
You commented on it yesterday.
Okay, I did. I'm making sure I did see it, because I remember seeing it. Oh, that's the one where I said that Gigi had a great stream yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Okay, duh. Because there's 2 parts to it. Well, not to that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm with you. Sorry.
Yeah, no, we cut it off because, unfortunately, with our other refutations, there is a habit where, like, we do a regular show for half an hour, and then me and Deviant start up our show. We just kind of cut it off early with the other shows so that we could, like, make it our own thing.
Well, everybody, guess who joined? Josh. Hi, Josh.
Hi, Josh.
How, Joshua?
Is that Christian Pike and Aiden and Logos?
There ain't no Christian Pike around here.
Azel, Aiden, and Logos.
The angry teddy bear sounds like Christian Pike.
Yeah. Are you angry teddy bear? Anyways, how are you today, Josh?
I'm all right. Just trying to figure out what I should eat for breakfast.
Oh. I saw that little debate you had with Steven the other day was a bit crazy. He said the same thing he said to Dustin, but what sin are you trying to keep or something?
Yeah, that's what people do when they realize that they don't have any they don't have any biblical ground to stand on. They deflect, and then they start trying to become the fruit inspectors. And what sin are you secretly hiding that you don't? His approach is, if I ask them first, then they can't ask me, right? So, yeah.
Oh. What do you think, Aiden?
I think that I would like to see the fruit inspector make a return, is what I would like to see.
Where's the carp when you need him?
That's right. That's right.
He shows up when you don't want him to, but then when you want him to, he just doesn't show up.
We have the entire fish community that came out in force that one time in the chat. We had Christian Pike. We had Muslim trout. Wow. Yeah, well, we had the Muslim bass and the Christian trout.
Right.
Then we had there was a Zoroastrian fish of some description that also made an appearance. There's also a Hindu fish, I believe.
What about Hindon fish?
Oh, dang, I never thought about that one.
Wow, using the wrong bait then.
It's about Hindon. It's about as like substantive a thing as like when people are like, yeah, well, what about the fact that Buddhists, they say that like they don't desire anything, but like, isn't that like a desire to not desire things, bro?
I know who you're talking. Mushroom conversations. And I never will do mushrooms, but that seems like that would be the psychedelic argument or discussion.
Did you guys watch
some...
that debate with Ken Hovind and Grayson recently, where at the end during Grayson's closing statement, he just took the opportunity to let everyone know how much of a cult Dinosaur Adventureland is, and Donnie had to cut him off?
I did not see that. If we're gonna watch any part of that, we gotta watch that, right?
Oh,
Yeah, no, that's the only part that mattered when he started going crazy. Did you see that, gangster?
No, I didn't see that. Right. Here's this one thing Big Bad Mama put up there. So is Dinosaur Adventureland a cult?
Let me find a time link on the other one while we watch this.
Oh, I watched that earlier. Yeah. It's like an hour long. Yeah, that's the one.
This one. Oh, look at this. Oh, no. Scary.
I love your reactions, G.
All right, welcome everybody. Tonight we have a special treat for you. We've got Big Bad Mama and Deviant Outcast, and we're going to be talking about Dinosaur Adventureland and how it relates to the big scary C word cult.
Is that
Christmas?
Cars? Oh. Must be Christmas.
If you were watching Fox News in like the early 2010s, they would be telling you that Christmas was the C word or the war on Christmas. You remember that crap?
Yeah.
The red Starbucks cups and like the huge debacle over it. Oh my god, that's some like internet ancient history at this point.
Happy holidays.
Yeah.
No, that's a sin.
You can't say that.
You're taking Jesus out of Christmas.
You can't take the holiday of Sol Invictus and make it about Oh wait, sorry, wrong time period. You can't make the holiday about Jesus, about corporatism and shopping. That's a bunch of crap.
Oh, where's that one debate at? Do you know where it's at, Josh?
I'm sorry, one more time?
The Grayson thing?
I just posted the link in the chat on the side.
Oh.
Okay, you did it.
And the timestamp should be an hour and 51 minutes. But it should take you directly there when you click on the link.
6 stages of evolution. So appreciate you guys doing this. Grayson?
Yeah, listen to this. Listen to this, Aiden. You're going to love this.
Yeah, I mean, Dinosaur Adventureland is a cult, man. I don't know. I didn't feel personally like I was in danger. Also, like a straight man, if I was gay or trans, I don't really know what would have happened to me at Dinosaur Adventureland because, I mean, Kent's religious text and Kent advocates that
Grayson, seriously, we had a really good debate. I don't appreciate that. You know how things are on. It's like
I don't appreciate you highlighting facts.
Let's not go down.
Trying to get the video taken down. Seriously, Donnie? Like for real? Trying to point out the basic fact that like trans and gay people wouldn't feel safe around there. That's gonna get the video taken down, Donnie. You better knock that off, Grayson. Like, give me a break, Donnie.
I mean, Aiden. To be fair, he is taking the opportunity to use final thoughts, closing thoughts as like propaganda.
Is it propaganda? Is it really like? To me, I guess it suits the literal definition of propaganda because it's meant to make you feel a certain way about somebody. But like I mean, the colloquial version of propaganda is like evolution. Right, and you know they've evolved the debate at the very end to be about how Kent runs a cult. So I feel like that fates the subject perfectly well.
Yeah, but I just think it's funny. Like he was like he immediately went straight for the jugular. Dinosaur Adventureland is a cult, and then Donnie had to jump in and stop him. But like, you can see how
ran in with the fire extinguisher.
You can see how Ken responds if you want.
Yes, no, I do want to see that.
Quick final words, final thoughts. We've heard the word cult tonight on both sides, admittedly, 500 times. I don't know. I don't think we've ever hosted a debate with the word cult employed so many times over a 2-hour debate. Let's keep it professional, as cordial as possible. So, Grayson.
Hold on. No, pause.
We're gonna wrap it up
90% of the
there.
time,
Kent, don't
90%
even
of the
respond to what he
time that cult is invoked in a debate on their channel, it's because Kent is the one that's bringing it up. There's so many videos where Kent says, "You're in a cult. This is an evolution cult. Cult, 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 cult." He brings it up in like every freaking debate on Donnie's channel, and it's never been an issue before. Donnie's never been like, "Oh, you better knock that off, Kent. You better stop using the word cult. That's rude." But then all of a sudden, when the word's used on him, when the language is turned around and you're made to look inward on what's happening, all of a sudden Donnie needs to dress it up and be like, "Oh, both sides need to cut it out with the usage of the word cult. We need to
Well,
tone this one down, guys."
You're about to see Kent's respond. He immediately also starts going after Grayson and accusing him of being a cult. So
He said, I love how Don at the end was like, "Don't even respond to him, Ken. You've just told me that like he's going to do the exact thing I predicted. Just totally ignore Donnie in service of his own pride."
no, watch. It's funny. It's funny. I think it's funny.
No, I'm looking forward to it. Let's do it.
Get some final words and final thoughts from you. Appreciate you doing this.
Well, I have said this word evolution is too slippery. When they say evolution, they're thinking about, 7,000 varieties of frogs having a common ancestor, which was a frog. I would agree with that. But then they want to interpolate or expand that to mean frogs came from amoeba, which came from a dot of nothing exploding. That's where they go into a religious cult. It's not science. We don't observe anything produce babies other than their kind. You have to imagine if the mutations accumulated for millions of years, then maybe it would change. It's all imagination. That's all. That's all I've ever said. I'd like to see people come visit us for Thanksgiving. We got 3 days of Thanksgiving, this Thursday, Friday, Saturday, free meals. Come on down. You can get on my drdino.com and call me 855-BIG-DINO. Okay, it's not a cult. People come and go all the time. Brother, you've been here how long now? 4 days? Okay, is this a cult? No. Nick, how long you been here?
He's not a cult because he has witnesses that say
He didn't even let the guy answer. He didn't even let. He's like, "Is this a cult?" No.
That's a straw man. We're not a cult. I'm a Baptist preacher. I believe the Bible is true, and I believe what you teach is stupid. But I still love you anyway. Okay?
All right, there you go. Grayson, Kent, appreciate the energetic 2-hour debate on the 6 stages of evolution. We're going to wrap it up there. Gentlemen, let you
Grayson
enjoy
is fuming, bro.
rest of your nights. Grayson, Kent, we'll chat a bit later. Okay, there we go. That wraps up our 6 stages of evolution.
Why did Donnie sound like a parent that's like, "I'll speak with you after class"? He's like a teacher that's like, "I'll speak with you after class." I'll talk with you too later.
You knew the rules when you signed up for this debate. No attacking Kent's character.
No, you know what? Screw that, because Kent attacks the character of every single person that he debates with without fail. It doesn't matter how nice you are to him. It doesn't matter how charitable you are to him. On that freaking debate on Proverbs, guys, that I did with Kent, I didn't say a single thing that was untoward about Kent the entire time. And yet he was constantly slinging things left and right at me with like no admonition from the Proverbs guys whatsoever, because they're just expected to just turn a blind eye to that because it's okay when Kent does it.
Do you think Grayson should have been given the opportunity to finish his little statement?
Yes, absolutely. He should have finished his statement. I think that Donnie looks really bad when he cuts people like Grayson off for that. That's not the reason why you cut him off. You didn't cut him off because you were worried about the video getting taken down. All right, there wasn't a single keyword that was used in anything that he said that would have got the video taken down.
Well,
he's just trying to use alarmist.
The because I'm a straight male and I'm not a homosexual or trans, he thinks those keywords are the ones that are. At least that's what I'm
just
assuming.
saying the term straight male and homosexual, like just using those is not going to get you banned. And the way that he said it was not in a way that the algorithm would be like, "This is homophobic. This is transphobic. We need to take this content down." All he was saying was, "I don't really know how safe I would feel if I was a gay person or a trans person." And I think that that's a perfectly fair criticism because people like Kent are very overtly homophobic. Kent used to promote a book called The Pink Swastika that was all about how it was actually a bunch of homosexuals that perpetrated the Holocaust. So it's actually gay people's fault. Like, Kent is a deeply homophobic man and has spread very deeply homophobic propaganda around in his ministry before. So I don't think that's an unfair criticism.
Yeah, the only criticism I had for Donnie was he should have, if he's going to tell Grayson to stop it, he should have equally allowed him to continue or stop Kent, to be fair.
It's overt bias, it's overt favoritism, and like I said, it doesn't make him look objective. It makes him look like a joke. He's cemented his reputation at this point in the community as a Kent Hovind shill. Like, everybody either is pro Kent Hovind and think that standing for truth is objective, and then there's people that are actually closer to objectivity away from just worshiping this person, that see Donnie for the Kent Hovind shill that he is. So the only people that he has convinced that he is objective are people that are already in Kent's camp to begin with. It's just not a good reputation to have as like a debate platform or a debate channel. Like, our moderators are overtly biased towards one party. I'm sure there have been plenty of big names that would have debated on standing for truth if he was actually objective. But he has a narrative.
In every situation, because I think he's been perfectly like non-biased on some debates, but like they're more of like when it's like a Trinitarian against like a Unitarian, it's not like the evolution debates. I think he's a little more biased on the evolution debates.
But that's just the thing. If you are biased on even if it's just 1 out of 10 debates, if you have the reputation of an unbiased channel, people are not going to remember the 9 times that you were unbiased and charitable to both sides. People are going to remember the 1 time that you weren't. That's just how human nature works. So if you are going to be a debate channel, if you're going to be a debate platform, the auspices is kind of on you to make sure that you maintain that objectivity throughout, because the moment you fail that, people are going to just totally abandon your previous objectivity and just hyperfixate on the 1, if not more times that you haven't been.
There was this one time there was a debate on his channel, and the guy who was debating, he asked Donnie if he can pause his timer while he looked up some of his notes because his notes were all over the place.
Okay, that's really egregious.
And I was upset. I was in the comments like, Donnie, you better not pause his timer. Like, everybody prepares for a debate with the same amount of time. It is not Donnie's job to make sure that you have your notes in order. That's your job. And if you're taking a minute to find one of your notes, then that's a minute you lost, not a minute.
Do you want Donnie to index them for you too, just to make sure that you got them better organized? Like, give me a break. Where does the freaking it's a slippery slope if ever I've heard one. Yeah,
he did end up telling me that he never paused the timer even when the guy asked him to.
Well, that's good, because that's. If I ever did that in a debate, if I ever just overtly tried to appeal to the moderator to like grant me more leeway than I've already been, I would just basically immediately say like, all right, I've lost the debate. I would literally rather say that in a debate than try to get a moderator to like favoritize me in some way or another.
I'm surprised the other person didn't speak up. Like, if I was in a debate and the other person's asking for more time,
oh dude, I would be ruthless.
Yeah, I would be like, hold on, we're not pausing nobody's timer. Like, we're not doing none of that.
The rest of the debate, I would be lampooning that person for that. It would be brutal.
Did you want me to pause my timer real quick? Like, just
yeah.
being an asshole the whole time.
Oh, I know I only have 30 seconds left, but you know what? I think I'm going to grant those to my opponent because it clearly needs them. So go ahead.
30 seconds. Get his notes in order before we start it.
Oh, dude, it would be great. It would be great. That's just off the top of my head, too. If I actually had a minute or two to think about it, oh, it'd be really bad.
Hey, you're not working today? The museum's closed or what?
I only do the museum on Mondays and Fridays. I do my paid work on every day of the week that isn't the weekend.
Oh, yeah, what today is?
Today's Wednesday.
Today's Wednesday. It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Neither Monday nor Friday.
All day?
I do Mondays and Fridays. I might pick up another shift. It just depends because winter it's a bit more difficult to get there because I need to use public transit right now rather than my scooter, which
Why? What's
sucks
wrong with your
because it's the
scooter?
way. Oh, it's not. Canada gets really deep snow, and the kind of
really?
scooter
Sorry,
that I
it's very
have
bad
is.
temperatures.
It's not even necessarily that. It's just that I don't have like a super high end scooter. I've literally got one that's just like it'll get you from A to B at like 20 miles an hour kind of thing. It's nothing really all that
You don't got
fancy.
snow tires on your scooter? What's wrong with you?
Nah, dude. I already had to change my tires earlier this year.
Scooter to wherever you're going, you want to be able to get there quick.
It's not even.
You need a sledge, right? A sledge.
Even though that scooter only goes 20 miles and the bus probably goes at least 30, the way that I go is way more direct than the bus takes me. So I end up getting there in like half the time. So
Plus they're stopping a lot less too. A bus will stop wherever they have to.
Right, exactly. I only have to stop at lights.
Well, you don't have
to.
Yeah, you're right.
choose
But I mean, I don't think that there's a lot between me and whatever decides not to also stop as well at that point. So I don't think that's a very good idea.
Or with Aiden's luck, it'd probably be the same bus he would have been on if he would have just took the bus.
Exactly. Exactly. I'll just catch the little bike rack they have in the front right before they run me down. It'll be good.
Traveling 10 miles an hour faster than his little scooter.
Yeah,
You wear a
they
helmet?
literally have me like Roadrunner-esque, like pancaked on the road. That'd be great. Yeah, I wear a helmet. It's just a bike helmet. It's not like a full face helmet. It's not really necessary when you're going 20.
Yeah. Plus, it can't be that safe to drive a scooter on snow, not knowing if there's ice or not underneath it.
Exactly. There could be black ice, or we know Christian doesn't like black ice, so yeah. Well, that's another topic. But
experience with it, I never want to go through it again.
No, it's awful. It's awful, and Canada gets
slip and
more than
slide.
even America does. So yeah, basically my scooter, I typically use it from like March to early to mid-November. This year I was able to use it up until almost late November, but yeah, it's usually from about March to mid-November I use it.
So is Canada like a real country?
Well, I'm not really at liberty to say whether or not that's the case. I get paid a certain amount of money every single month. I get paid a stipend by the European Union to maintain the illusion that Canada is a real thing.
Because I always thought they were just like a French colony or something.
Well, in reality, it's actually a Russian outpost that we've had just north of you this entire time.
Oh, just to be ready for the Cold War.
Exactly. Well, they call it Cold War for a reason, right?
Because you're frozen in Canada. Got it, yeah.
That's right. That's right. As soon as you get below the 39th parallel, it just becomes a tropical paradise. What's up, Gigi?
Dell is obviously not a cause, so Grace it was just saying. Oh, I didn't know that. Guess you support.
Who's that?
Phantom.
Oh, Phantom. Yeah, Phantom's gone over to the Kent camp. That's good. That's good.
I don't think necessarily. I think he's just trying to offer some kind of objective criticism.
Oh. Josh, would you ever debate Steven over Grace versus Free Grace?
Yeah, I mean, I try to, but he's not ready for these conversations.
Steven refuses to actually engage on any really substantive topic with people that he disagrees with.
It's because things need to be drilled. Things need to be drilled down so much. Like the argument is like, oh the devils believe, and then they say that the word believes is an action word. It's not merely like blind faith. Like there's actions associated with belief, and like each one of these little micro topics that they try to bring up like require their own amount of time to be explored. Okay, well, where are you getting this? And the moment that someone says, well, the Greek, I immediately lose respect.
I mean,
me personally, because at the end of the day, When somebody is trying to tell me what the Bible should have said or what it's supposed to say or what it actually means, it just more evidence that they're trying to build a bare religion type of doctrine, because it's like there's so many different conflicting translations and so many different interpretations of the Greek manuscripts, and then there's different Masoretic versus the Alexandrian manuscripts, and when you take all of that into consideration, you can provide an objective understanding that your argument that belief entails action can be objectively refuted because of the overwhelming amount of counter evidence. I mean, just if you have 100 witnesses that are saying this person committed a murder, and you have 100 witnesses that say the person didn't commit the murder, and you're going based on witnesses, you're back at square one, right? Like you can't
I mean,
say. Go ahead.
if thought and action were the same thing, then the Bible wouldn't make such a huge distinguishment between the heart and the action of a person. Like, that wouldn't be a major distinction. That's literally all throughout Scripture, from the beginning of the Old Testament to the end of the New Testament. It makes it abundantly clear that, yeah, your actions could detail one thing, while your heart dictates an entirely different thing. That's totally separate, and God knows the difference. So the idea that belief could be an action is just kind of, that's like saying that thoughts can be actions. No, they're not. They're not actions. They're only actions when you put them into activity in your what the Christian would call your corporeal carnal flesh. That's when they become actions, is when you actually put them into action in the real world. If they're just thoughts in your mind, then that's different.
Well, the problem is that you can't, when you use that approach, another issue that you come across is that you cannot distinguish the non-believer from the believer. Because if your argument is that actions are included in this belief, then you can argue that an unsaved atheist or a Satanist who is performing charity and opening up food banks and helping the homeless and helping the poor, like, you might as well argue that those people are saved, because if you're going based on their action, then they're acting more righteous than some of the Christians that I know.
Right, and that's why the Bible makes it abundantly clear that God knows the heart. That even if you act all this way, that's why he calls it filthy rags, because even if you do all of those things, even if you act all righteously, it's still nothing but filthy rags. And filthy rags in that context means something even worse than people typically think. Like, they just think, oh, it's like a dirty rag like you get from a shop or something. No, when they talk about filthy, that's specifically referring to like the menstrual residue that's left behind by a woman after her menstrual, which was like one of the most filthy, disgusting substances in Hebrew
in the Jewish culture, you were not even allowed to be around a woman while she was menstruating.
Right. So the idea that no matter what you do in life, whether you're a believer or not a believer, but especially a believer, because that's who that passage was directed to, your actions are still nothing but filthy rags, because they cannot be anything but that in comparison to the goodness of God.
And there's a story in the Bible where I believe Paul, he's calling out, I think it's the Corinthians, but I could be wrong, but he's calling out the church members, and what he says is, like, even the non-believers don't behave in the way that you do. And what they try to do is they try to associate that to the bad nature of a believer versus the good nature of a non-believer. Basically, let me explain to you like this. You don't believe in God, but you still go to work every day. You pay all your bills. You take care of your responsibilities. You take care of your wife. You're faithful. You're not a liar. You are just trying to be an upstanding citizen as a non-believer. So when the criticism is raised against a believer that not even the non-believers behave that way, it's not in relation to the believers' bad actions, but rather to their lack of good actions, where it's like, why can't you show up to work and you're supposed to be a man of God on time, but this guy doesn't believe God, he doesn't have anything to stand for, but somehow he still knows that you should show up to work on time, you should pay your bills, you should be respectful. You get what I'm saying, Aiden?
No, I do, and I
Yeah,
think the reason why they go ahead. Sorry.
It's almost as if this God is a non-factor in the question how we behave, right? Or this Bible is a non-factor in that.
I think in the ultimate sense that maybe, I mean, like, without being able to inhabit someone else's mind, I think an argument could be made that that might ultimately be true.
Well, it's
yeah,
because when you say something like that, it's like, oh, when you say you're behaving like a non-believer, you're making a specific statement that the way that the non-believers behave is bad. That's the understanding. But when you
Right.
say it the other way around, when you say not even the non-believers behave that way, now what you've done is now you've put the bad action on the believer. It's like,
Right.
but it's not even it's more of like a common morality where it's like everybody else in society understands that murdering and lying is wrong, and they don't even believe in God, but you that claim to believe in God have such an issue with the lying and with the deceitfulness. And it's not to say that they're not a believer. It's like, man, you're really gonna let the non-believers show you out when you're supposed to be the one that's a model citizen.
Right.
And I just think like what they try to do with that is they try to throw the non-believer under the bus, but in
Of course they do.
reality what they're doing, what Paul was doing is he's throwing the Christians under the bus, and they twist that and always try to find it. Because
Well,
my argument,
I want to clarify that just for the sake of the audience, because I don't want somebody like Steven going and quote mining you and saying, "Oh, look at what Josh said on the show. He said that Paul threw Christians under the bus." No, he's throwing the Christians under the bus that aren't willing to actually walk the walk the same way that they talk the talk. That's who he's talking about. And this is something that I was touching on earlier in the show. I don't know if you watched it, but when Jesus says to people, their yoke is heavy, but mine is light. I think some Christians get this impression that, oh, okay, well, what that means is that if I become a Christian, my life is going to become easier. But that's not what he's talking about. He's not talking about the yoke that you wear in your life, in your corporeal existence, because there's plenty of Christians, even in the time of Christ, that were slaves, that suffered horribly every single moment of their life or near it every single moment of their lives, whose material conditions were never benefited, who were never improved, even during Jesus' lifetime and directly after Pentecost. So that couldn't have been who he was talking about. He was talking about the yoke that you wear when you die, because the yoke that you wear when you die is either going to be as a slave to God or as a slave to Satan in hell forever. So that's the yoke that I think he's talking about when he says that his yoke is light. It's not saying your life materially is going to be easier as a Christian. It's saying that your aftermath, the reward that you get for your labors, that's what's going to be easier.
well, they what they do is, Aiden, is they use this as a building block to try to tell you that you're not saved, because what they do is they take it in a literal sense where they say it's like, well, if you truly trusted in Christ, then your life should be getting easier, as the verses say, right? And then what they do is when they say, well, your life hasn't changed, your life hasn't gotten any easier, you haven't started behaving better, therefore you're not saved.
Like, that's just such a ridiculous, extrapolate that argument to any other person in human history. Like you're a slave in 1840s, Arkansas, and you've accepted Christ. Does that just mean that all of a sudden your master should come to you and say that you're free and let you go and give you, 40 acres and a mule and just let you do whatever the hell you want with it? No, obviously not. That's not what's going to happen when people embrace that. That's just giving people hope that if only they act this way, if only they embrace these teachings, that they're a yoke when they've left that, when they've shirked off that corporeal existence, might be something so much better for them. That's what they were striving for. So to put that in a modern context and say, oh, well, your life should just inherently be getting easier. No, if anything, the Bible warns Christians that they're going to be persecuted. It warns them that they're going to be admonished for this. And I'm not one of those people that say that Christians are persecuted in America. I don't think that. I think the closest that Christians come to persecution is on an individual basis. If some individual person thinks that you're a bad person because you're a Christian, maybe you could call that persecution, but it's certainly not anything that like the Christians under Diocletian or Aurelian or Nero had to deal with. It's a fundamentally different kind of persecution. Yeah, go ahead, Gigi.
I have a question. I seen this from yesterday. Do you think a robot could be a priest?
Do I think a robot could be a priest? Not according to the Bible, no. I mean, a priest has to be a child of God, and a child of God requires the breath of life, and a machine doesn't have the breath of life, last I checked, so no, it can't.
Yeah, it was funny. I saw that. It was crazy to talk about robo-priests.
Robo-priests. I like
it. Lupus did in the comments about robo-pope and robo-Catholics. Said a robo, like the sky pope, will send his robo-Catholics after people. He's a crazy guy.
Wow, that's like sounding like it's approaching being funny. That's almost impressive for Lupus.
Yeah.
I'm impressed. He was actually capable of like making me. He didn't get a chuckle out of me, but he got me to smile. So like that's progress.
What do you think of that, Josh? Do you think they're going to be robo priests? Where I have an idea for a movie where a priest gets killed, they bring him back part machine, part human. He gets revenge. What do you think of that, Josh?
I think he'll do a better job than most of these spirit-led pseudo pastors like Stephen Bolin and Dan Pazzi.
You see what I mean, Josh? All you ever have to say anytime that I hear you speak is all of these bad things about us, and you know, maybe we're acting bad, but that doesn't mean you need to say bad things about us, Josh. It's not like that's what you're commanded to do in scripture.
Is that Achilles or who's that?
That's me.
Oh, that's your impression of them.
You actually were convinced Achilles was in the room, wait, no, was it so bad that you couldn't even tell who I was impersonating? Because it's like one end of those spectrum or the other.
Well, I in my last conversation, I did sense a different sense of like respect coming from Dan, which is really like, it really messes with my mind, because like the last time I engaged with Dan, he was like, "No, you're out of here.
Yeah,
get out of here."
No, I was about to say, wasn't he the one that literally like provoked you to anger backstage to the point where you ended up getting thrown out after the show backstage? Don't you have that clip? I do want to see that clip. I really want to see that clip.
Yeah, I got like a little angry and upset because they're telling me that my apology wasn't genuine. And the second time I came around, it was like if none of that ever happened.
That's what they do every time, though. That's the thing. They have this weird like revolving door policy where it's like they act like you're the worst person ever, and then next time you show up, it's like blank slate, or at least they act like it is. It's not like they haven't kept that in their back pocket, waiting to use it when it's convenient for them next.
Now,
See, that's the thing. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm not trying to be mean with this, but I'm just going based off of like what Dan said and how Dan talks. I think, and I'm not saying this mainly off of my own opinion, but I think Dan is just not the brightest guy. Not even in like a
stop the presses. Someone stop the presses. I'm trying to be me. My motivations are fundamental. The views of Josh not necessarily represent the views of Aiden Lennon and Associate. Like, look, you have different motivations than me. You can go ahead and say that and not be mean at all. I'm being mean.
No, well,
Dan.
I mean, he verbatim himself said that he's basically not good at reading, and he's not good at this, and he kind of stutters a little bit, and he kind of goes in circles, and he kind of loses his train of thought a lot. He's kind of ditzy.
He doesn't human well.
He doesn't human well.
No, he does. He has a bit of a hard time with that one.
But honestly, it makes me kind of want to not be such an asshole. It's like now I feel like
But that's why he does it though.
The
That's
victim
why
mentality.
he uses this. He tries claiming that people are like just little crybabies and whiny little babies. Like he tried doing that with me when I called him out for what he said about my significant other at one point. He tried saying I was a little baby and a crybaby for pointing that out. But then as soon as somebody calls him dumb or retarded or something like that, he's like, "You're making fun of my learning disability." It's like, no, Dan, that didn't factor into my criticism of you at all whatsoever. It's like what I said before. He tried his latest attack line right now is like, "You call me retarded, Aiden, but what's your degree?" It's like, Dan, you could have 10 doctorates from Harvard hanging on the wall behind you every single time you come on the show. And if you were still saying the exact stuff that you're saying right now, I would still call you a retard.
Okay,
It doesn't matter.
Let me explain it a little further. So you know the story of Moses.
Get her, smack him, Maddie. You can be dumb about it. Let her do it.
So you know the story of Moses, right?
Sorry.
Yeah, I do.
Moses was basically, God was like, "Hey, I need you to go talk to these people." And what did Moses say? "I don't know how to talk. I'm mute. I literally can't say words together." and what did God say? He said, "Don't worry, your brother Joseph will be there with you."
Was it? I thought it was Joshua that was with him.
That's after, but when he
no, you're right. No, you're right. Sorry.
When he confronted Pharaoh, he went with his I think it was Joseph.
We need to go back and check now.
But basically, I think he did all the talking. He did all of the talking for Moses because Moses was a literal mute. Like he couldn't. He
had such a bad stutter, that like he basically was unintelligible. And you're right. Rather than trying to do
Aaron, sorry.
Oh, it was Aaron. Okay, we were both wrong.
Yeah, I knew it didn't sound right. Yeah, Joseph was, and then Joshua came after. But his brother Aaron was the one who did all of the speaking for him. And I kind of feel like I don't know if intentionally Dan is doing this, but he's trying to play that Moses card, like, "Oh, I'm just a mute. I don't know anything. God help me."
Yeah, well, when if you are that, then you should probably do what Moses does and speak through somebody else. Then, Dan, you probably shouldn't be trying to be the president of this group if you don't even know how to freaking articulate yourself properly. Like, I don't know. That kind of reminds me of this one Whoopi Goldberg bit that I saw about Joe Biden. And she was like, with no irony whatsoever at one point, she was like, "I don't care if he poops his pants. I don't care if he can't tie his shoes. I don't care if he's literally incoherent. Show me that the man can't do the job, and then I'll be right there agreeing with you." It's like, but you just explained why he can't do the job, Whoopi. You just said it. He's the lead diplomat of your country, and he freaking poops his pants and can't get a coherent sentence out of his mouth. You can't be the president if that's what you are. I'm sorry. It's just not how it works.
Yeah, so I think a part of Dan genuinely believes that he's doing the right thing.
Oh, for sure. No, there's a part of Dan that is very much so convinced of that. I do believe that, even with my private correspondence with him. But I think that it's a delusion. I think that this idea he has in his head where he can go around and treat people like crap, and that's somehow going to make them see that they themselves are crap. Like, that's one of the most unbiblical approaches I've ever seen before. You don't go and treat somebody like crap to show that they themselves are crappy. You lift that person up. And you show them that they're capable of doing better things and that they can strive to do better things with themselves. That's how people in the Bible realized that they could do better. Not by putting people down. It's not like Jesus went to frickin' Simon Peter and frickin' dunked him in the water and held him under there until he found a frickin' fish. No, that's not how it went.
The complete opposite. When they were going to stone that woman for adultery, he said, "Let he that is without sin cast the first stone." And he said, "Where are the men that condemn you?" And he said, "They're not here." And he said, "Well, neither do I. Go in peace. Sin no more." It's like God has never, at least the example that we have from Jesus, has never been to bash someone while they're in their sin, but rather to uplift them.
Yeah, but that's not what Dan wants to do. That's ultimately the bedrock of what this gets down to, is Dan is not interested in that because that does not satiate Dan's ego. That does not satiate what Dan wants out of this, which is to use the Bible as this like metaphorical billy club to just beat somebody over the head with over and over again, to basically lift himself up while putting others down. That's why him and Stephen and Achilles get along so well, in my opinion. All three of those people, Lupin is one of these people as well. All of those people are people who cannot lift themselves up in life without putting other people's down. I've seen plenty of examples of that in my real life. It's just an unfortunate outcropping of almost any population group that you look at. There's always going to be somebody that's that way. And they congregate together and just create these little misery factories. And Proverbs, guys, is just the name of one of many of those misery factories that exist out there.
Yeah, you got to step on somebody's back to get higher, right? That's how it works.
Yeah. Well, it's just so weird and almost it's not disgusting to me on a moral level, but it is quite disgusting just looking at it from like trying to put yourself in their shoes, because like you genuinely believe that you're doing the right thing right now, and yet you couldn't be further from what your book is telling you to do. Like, just that level of cognitive dissonance, that's what's more, like, reprehensible to me than anything.
And again, my criticism about Dan is from my observation and from his own proclamation that he is not fit to do the job.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what he said, then you should hold him to that.
I mean, he didn't say it verbatim, but when you sit around there and say, "Oh, I can't read," you know, I don't really know. I'm just a lonesome nobody. Like, to the self-deprecating humor in some sense, it's like, well, at what point do we stop wondering whether or not you're kidding? You know, like.
Well, like, you're supposed to be the leader of a ministry, right? By the definition of that, I don't know why they call him President Dan. They should call him Minister Dan if he's in charge of a ministry, right? They even said before, Dan said, to clarify at one point, he's like, oh, I'm in charge of spiritual things. Stephen is in charge of non-spiritual things. It's like, aren't you supposed to just be dealing with spiritual things? Like, what, isn't that the point of a ministry? Is to deal with spiritual things? Why do you have a non-spiritual component to your ministry?
It's like the Black Pope.
What about the Green Pope? Oh, sorry.
That one is cool. He's a leprechaun.
Yeah, he's like Green Lantern's cousin or something like that. They're pretty cool.
What about the Robo Pope?
The Robo Pope. You know, we'll have to hold an ecumenical council about that.
Yeah,
one.
if the Robo Pope and Jesus got into a fight, who will win?
Jesus.
Oh, that's a pretty good. It's like asking, can Jesus microwave a burrito so hot that he himself could not eat the burrito?
Yeah, what is it? Can he build a stone? Can he make a stone so big that not even himself could lift it or something like that?
I like the burrito more. I feel like the burrito is a little more relatable.
It would be, except I have like I don't believe in microwaves. Like I don't believe in them.
I don't think microwaves are like real.
They're not. You know, you said there's these ministry or misery factories. Microwaves are just big cockroach factories.
They certainly can be if you don't have proper pest control. That's one of the good things about Canada. You know, it's not like cockroaches don't exist here, but they're way harder to find over here than in America.
But if you are going to find them, you're going to find them in a microwave.
Man, you know what's great about... Okay, so Alberta, you can look this up, by the way, online. Alberta is one of like the only places on Earth besides Antarctica that is completely rat-free. We don't have any rats whatsoever here. We have mice. You can deal with mice, but I think anybody that's dealt with both mice and rats can tell you that rats are significantly worse to deal with than mice.
I put a bunch of mouse traps in my garage, and I'm scared to go check how many rats I caught.
They're devious little bastards. I know that because my dad lives in Saskatchewan, and they have rats there.
No,
They're
last time I
devious
caught
little bastards.
19 overnight.
Oh, wow.
So I'm really scared. I'm really scared to go look.
You got like a little nest somewhere nearby or something like that.
My garage, it has an opening at the bottom where the rubber is supposed to hit the floor.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's kind of worn away a bit.
Yeah, so it's kind of like whenever the lights are on, they just kind of like you just see the light at the end of the tunnel, and they go right in there. But that's also their biggest problem, because if they're only coming in through one place, all I got to do is set up the sticky traps there, and
Dude, it's it's freaking spine chilling when you like go into a basement or something like that and you flip on the light and you just out of the corner of your eye see like some of them scampering away and you hear the little squeaks and the pattering of the feet and stuff and you just know that there's like at least like a dozen rats down there with you right now that are just hiding away somewhere. I don't know, man. It gives me the creeps.
How many do you think I got, Aiden?
I'm gonna guess that you've got 7. I'm gonna say 7.
Damn. Oh man. Fuck. But the thing is, like, they're gonna be full, and then they're still alive, and they're, like, begging for their life, and I'm like, I don't want to throw you in the trash, bro. I have to. I really don't want to.
Glue traps are. I don't know. I think they're a little cruel, personally.
Josh.
Yeah, I'll check it next time. I'll let you know. Go ahead, gangster.
You met Lupin, but have you ever met Stump?
Stump?
Yeah.
Has Josh ever had a conversation with Lupin? It would sound like he was freaking talking to himself.
I've talked to Lupin a couple times. But
is it still burning, Josh?
I don't really like to talk to Lupin too much, to be honest. I'm kind of mad because I had a conversation with somebody else on his channel and he just kept muting me and throwing me backstage and like
acting like a piece of garbage. Yeah, that's Lupin.
Yeah, instead of like
with people, I don't get it.
I don't like that. I just like, come on, man, let me talk. Like, I'm not talking over people. You just don't want to hear what I have to say. And then,
dude, it was hilarious. I was on Gangster Ghost channel like yesterday or the day before or something, and he was there in the comments like, if you want to belch, talk to me, and you can come talk on my channel rather than hiding behind people. It's like, who the hell am I hiding behind? This is on GG. The reality is that you don't want to come on here where we're on an even playing field and I can just outwit you like I do every other time that we deal with each other on an equal playing field. Like, no, why the hell would I go on your channel so that you could just mute, like what you said, mute me every 2 seconds, throw me backstage, just treat me like crap? No thanks.
And then they do that weird mute where they're like, they mute you, and then even if you unmute yourself, you still can't talk.
Right. Yeah, the super mute.
Yeah, that's gay. Like, the hell?
No, it is. It is super stupid. And all that it tells me when he says, "Oh, you should come talk to me on my channel," it's just like, okay, well, you just need the deck stacked in your favor in order to have an interaction with me. I think that says everything it needs to.
Kind of like toilet bowl and telling me I'm a coward that I won't come on a show. Well, first off, never asked. Second off, why would I go to his channel just to get the treatment you guys were talking about?
Right. Exactly. It's just a waste of time. Yeah, it's just a waste of time going on there and dealing with somebody who's obviously not going to pay you the same respect that they would be paid if they were on a platform like Gangster Ghosts. So I'll tell you what, right now I bought a monitor. I'm sure you've heard all about that little fiasco a few days ago with Best Buy.
You stole another one, and you got a free one.
I stole. That's right. Those bastards took my money back, Josh. They took the money that I agreed in a legal contract of purchase to give them. Like, that's theft, if you ask me. But so if anything, I got robbed by them. If you really think about it, they gave me the money back. You know, they were like, "Oh, here's the money." It's not like they could just change their mind and be like, "Oh, never mind, we're actually going to take the money back." Anyways, I've realized.
I checked a quick update. I checked the mousetrap. I only caught 2.
Oh, you only caught 2? Damn.
But it was 2
Damn.
by the entrance where they're coming in and out. So I'm just gonna stack up more right there.
And they were having sex. That's a way to die.
They died mid-penetration.
Oh, damn.
Josh, watch your mouth.
one last nut. One last one. No, but
my mouse penetrating.
it's like that guy from Pompeii. Have you ever seen that guy that was like jacking it right before he died?
Oh my God, no way.
Yeah, if you look it up, there's like a guy. He's like sitting on the ground, just whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah,
why not?
There was a rumor going around about they found some guy sitting on the toilet in Pompeii that just like the mummified ones. Come to find out, I was looking all over the internet. I said that would be cool to see. I mean, I felt bad for he or she that was on there, but yeah, it was just a trope.
It's one of the worst places to die is on the John, I would say. Like, and that really sucks.
That reminds me of like Lethal Weapon when Danny Glover was on the toilet and had a bomb.
Yeah.
Any other way except on the toilet with a bomb.
I don't blame him. I think that's a very reason. I mean, he was a piece of shit and he deserved it, but that was a reasonable request. No, but what were we talking about? Yes, my monitors, right. So I don't think I got the best bang for my buck. I got to be honest with you. I did some research and I think for like $20 more, I could have gotten something substantially better. So because I'm in the return window for my original one, I've ordered this other one that I've been looking at. And I couldn't find any side-by-side comparisons of them anywhere on the internet. I looked high, I looked low. I found one comparing the better version of my monitor to that one. And even then, compared to the better one, this other one still did better in some regards. So, yeah, I'm going to get this one. I'm going to just get them in front of my face and see which one is better than the other. Because I guess that's the only way to figure it out right now. I really did wish that somebody had made a comparison between the two, but maybe that person will have to be. You think it would make more sense for them too as well, because like, yeah, the better one was it was a good comparison, but it was like almost twice as much as this one that I'm looking at. You'd think you'd want to compare ones in like the same price range. You think that'd be more relevant for people, but maybe that'll be me. Maybe I'll have to make the comparison. Maybe that'll be my first YouTube video. Horrible review that nobody cares about. It's interesting to me because I mean, like, it's one of those things. Like, monitors are one of those things that you're going to use it almost every freaking day. So if you're going to get one, you're going to invest that kind of money into it. You want to make sure you get the right one.
I'm using old monitors, man. My monitors are from like 2000.
Oh yeah, you're using the old like TN monitors or something like that.
I'm still using like VGA cables and
stuff. you got a big CRT one plugged in, yeah. A big boxy one.
Yeah, and I think like the most modern one I have is like in HP, like 18 inches, but I don't know. My eyes are just bad. I remember going to like a Best Buy, and then they have these big TVs, and then they're showing like Spider-Man. And like you could see like in 4K versus regular, and then
you couldn't tell the difference.
So good, but then when you get it, you just can't tell the difference.
Yeah, I really wanted to get a freaking OLED and OLED screen, but compared to the TV market, the monitor market for those are freaking ridiculous right now. So that's just not my budget at the moment, unfortunately. Plus, one of the things is that even though this one that I got is technically like $20 to $40 cheaper, it only comes with a 1-year manufacturer's warranty, which sounds good on paper, but next thing you know, the thing gets like half a dead screen 2 years from now, or a bunch of dead pixels or something like that. I'm just going to be screwed. So I got one with you got to get the 3-year warranty. At the very least, when it comes to and I'm usually like an anti-warranty guy. I don't really like warranties on a lot of things. I feel like warranties on most products are scams and that you really don't need it. But for something like a monitor, yeah, it's definitely worth it. Monitor, computer, valuable electronics. It's definitely worth getting a warranty.
Do you guys celebrate Thanksgiving, Aiden, or what's that like for you
Yeah,
guys?
we do, but we celebrate it early. We celebrate in October rather than November.
Well, what are you celebrating? Like the time that you guys gave natives like a bunch of smallpox and took over, or what exactly are you celebrating?
No, we actually signed treaties with them rather than like killing them all, and then we put them in residential schools and we killed them. No, we didn't treat the natives much better than you guys did in the broad scheme of things. We were just a bit more covert in how bad we treated them, which is why we don't get talked about nearly as much as Americans. No, our Thanksgiving is pretty much the same as we basically just cribbed it from America, but we decided we would have it while it was still like somewhat warm outside.
Well, where did Josh go? What are you done with Josh?
That's right. That's right. I threw him out. I had enough of him. He entertained me as much as I thought I'd be able to be entertained by him, and I threw him out afterwards.
What would you do if you're sitting at the table and this guy come up to you and asks you some questions?
Oh no.
Where do you guys think we came from, like, initially?
That's a good question.
A rock.
Many people believe that rocks are our first ancestors. It is real. And that is what Darwinian evolution asserts.
You know what?
Everybody corrected
I was
him.
saying, that
He
is so
still
far
says
off.
that evolutionists believe we came from.
What?
I love how he found one person to answer that way, and probably even then, they were probably like prompted them off camera, like, "What do you think it could be? Like, do you think it could be dirt? Do you think it could be a rock? Do you think what do you think?" Like, I guarantee you that this was led in some way, shape, or form. Otherwise, they would have had like 5 different people being like, "Yeah, I think it's a rock."
We are talking about a Matt Powell production, so yeah, not much credibility there.
Sample size of 1. I'm convinced that every single person out of the billions that ascribe to the theory of evolution being true think that we came from a rock because one person said it on a YouTube video. Like, it's the flimsiest evidence.
Yeah, you been Matt Powell.
Matt Powell. I'm glad. You know what? Best decision Matt Powell ever made was leaving DAL. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, because he got so much smarter. Yeah, right.
No, but at least he divorced himself from his lord and master, and now he's actually trying to do something on his own. I don't appreciate what he's doing, but hey,
I'm just saying, I'd rather have him in the same spots he can deal with them at the same time, opposed to 2 different areas.
I don't know. I can inherently respect, even if it's a charlatan. I can respect a charlatan who tries to strike it out on their own more than a charlatan who tries to like bilk off of another charlatan's act. It's like, okay, at least you've actually evolved your act enough to go and do your own thing. Good on you, buddy.
And he evolved to rocks.
That's right. I when I heard that answer, Iraq, I mean, maybe she was saying IRAQ, you know? Maybe she was saying we came from Iraq. I don't know.
Here we go. We could have.
Could
What do you
have.
think, Josh? Are you there, Josh?
And stay out.
You there, Josh?
Uh-oh. Those 2 mice are beating him up.
They got all this post hormonal energy about them, and they're all pent up and ready to revolt.
Okay, we got our groove on. We're gonna have babies coming, so let's get the human with the glue trap.
Josh is currently using a Compaq Prezero computer. I'm gonna pretend like I know what that is.
You don't even know
Yes.
what Dragon Ball Z is, man. Come on.
You don't even know what a freaking difference between quantum dot OLED and a WOLED is. You don't know.
All I know is I don't want my balls dragging.
All right, so hold on, Aiden.
I typically solve that by slinging them over my shoulders, Azo.
Yeah, but wait till you get to my age. You'll start sitting on them like a whoopee cushion.
So here's my issue, Aiden. Right. So I know all about Charles Darwin, right? And I know all about like the Galapagos Islands and some of the studies there performed and
The finches and whatnot, sure.
the observable change within species,
Sure.
so that they get longer beaks or whatever, right?
Claws or different appendages, sure.
So I agree with Punnett squares as well. And like the different genetics of like, if you take this plant and you mix it with that plant, then it's going to produce the traits from this plant, but it's random, so it might be more dominant on the mother, more dominant on the father, right? So I agree with all of that.
Okay.
That's as far back as I can go. Like,
so
the evolution idea is like, see, with Charles Darwin, I feel that the claim is being made that there was an observable change within the finch community, right?
Sure, that's Darwinian evolution.
Yeah. But now where I lose the connection is this finch, before it was a finch, what was it? And how can we trace that all the way back?
It's probably another species of bird that evolved from another species of avian dinosaur.
But it has nothing. I promise you, it has nothing to do with my bias in the Bible and in creation.
Is the criticism here that the bird is still a bird? Is it that the finch is still a finch? Is it that the pine tree is still a pine tree?
The criticism here is the observable component.
Okay. So the observable component of speciation could absolutely happen. It's just a dependence on what you consider speciation to be. Because speciation, as we understand it, comes to the point where two members of what once might have been the same species can no longer interbreed and produce fertile offspring. That's when speciation occurs.
Do you know how that works specifically with birds? Like, can a golden eagle breed with a hummingbird?
Well, no, they can't, obviously. Like the cloacae are fundamentally different in size, so it wouldn't be
suppose you could get a really small golden eagle and a really big hummingbird, and they mated. What would happen? Are they just incompatible, or because they're birds, they're suddenly like dogs? You can breed any dog, really.
Well, you can technically breed any dog, but there's definitely some dogs that will breed better than others. And the reason for that is because some dogs are much more genetically distant to other dog breeds than, your typical mixes that you might find within dog breeding, where the most successful and most frequent interbreeding of dogs is done with two dog breeds that are very, very close genetically with each other, because you get the most success with that. You can potentially produce puppies from two very distant dog breeds, but we find that instances of like stillbirths or major birth defects become much more prolific within those species. And that's because the genetics, once they drift far enough apart from each other through mutations, through selection processes, in the case of dogs, it's artificial selection rather than natural selection. But these processes will produce genes that will become so different from what they originally were, to the point where, like what you said with the example of the birds, even if you had two that were the same size, the genome of each bird is sufficiently different such that they would not be able to combine to be able to produce any kind of fertile offspring. And that's why fertile offspring. Right, yeah, like that's why fertile offspring is used rather than just offspring when referring to speciation, because if you can produce something like a mule, it's functionally useless from an evolutionary perspective, because if you can't produce your own offspring, then you're basically a dead end as far as the evolutionary process is concerned.
So this process of reaching infertility within a species would ultimately be the end of one, or
It really just depends. Like what I've tried to explain before, evolution deals with population dynamics. That's what evolution has to deal with. It deals with population groups, and it deals with the relationships of those population groups to the environment, to the selection pressures that environment will place upon those species, and to the length of time that species has spent within that particular environment.
Okay,
Those
so
are the primary factors.
Let's peel back the banana a little more. So we have these finches, right?
Right.
And then within an observable time, so let's say observable as in 50 years, okay? Let's just say 50 years. So 50 years, you get here as a kid and you realize these birds, their beaks are a certain size, right?
Right.
You come back 50 years later and there's been all sorts of like changes, like a whole species of coconut trees that they used to eat off of it got wiped out, or something crazy happened in the environment where now the food supply is either more limited or more abundant, or there's more predators or whatever the situation is, that I come back 50 years later and it's that same bird, but now the beak is 3 times bigger.
I mean, if it's the same bird, even though the other bird species got wiped out, then that would be an example of convergent evolution, where even though a population might be distinct from another group, like trees are a great example of convergent evolution. If you look at the evolutionary history of a pine tree and an oak tree, you'll find that their common ancestor is actually much more distant in the past than you would originally suspect. You would think that they all came from a tree kind of some kind. But
let's because see, when I agree with science, like I said, but a lot of it, I like to kind of start off more on the observable rather than the like philosophical, because what I'm saying,
and that's what I'm talking about. So it's not philosophy. What I'm talking about is not philosophy. It is observable within population groups. I have a question for you based on what you've told me, and that is, what do you think made the Galapagos Islands unique? Like, what do you think about their environment caused these different appearances of things like beaks and claws, based on your understanding?
Yeah. So
no, but I'm asking you though, what do you think caused that?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you. So if I'm trying to be like, and from an observable perspective, like I said, there would have been some type of environment changes where the birds with the bigger beaks were just able to crack open more nuts and get more food. And as a result of it, they were the ones that had the energy or the resource to be able to breed with other birds that were like, well, that bird doesn't look all scrawny. I don't know what's going on in the bird's mind, right? It's like
right. But that's an important part. So you've highlighted an important part of the process, but even with that in mind, that doesn't mean necessarily that the bird with the bigger beak will become prolific everywhere, will it? It means that it'll become prolific on one of the islands that has an environment suitable for that adaptation.
Yeah,
it means that
all the smaller beak birds might fly over to the next island and they'll thrive there.
Right. Like if you have an island that predominantly has nuts, like you said, then you would want a really strong beak that was capable of cracking through those nuts. If you have the next island over where there isn't any nuts, but there's loads of worms. Yeah, they got worms all over the place. You want a really long beak, because if you have a long beak, then you'll be able to reach into those burrows that the worms make much more effectively than other finches that might not have beaks at the same size. This is what Darwin observed, and he observed that those finches in those different communities, if they exist within that specific island, like if they have enough resources to satisfy their needs on that island, which is what he observed with the finches, that after those finches have been isolated from the other finch populations for long enough, they're no longer interbreedable with each other. They've become different species of finches. And the reason why they became different species was because the environmental needs for those finches on one island were different than the other, plus the fact that they were able to be facilitated by those in different environments without interbreeding, without seeing each other, without coming into contact with each other for such a prolonged period of time that their genomes between those two population groups drifted far enough apart
Well,
that
look,
they were no longer
this is
able to
where I
interbreed.
accuse you of going from concrete evidence to philosophical conclusions,
Okay,
because
why?
here's the criticism that I agree that the birds with the narrow beaks found the place in which they could survive the best, and the ones with the bigger beaks,
Right.
but it was all working within the observable known qualities and characteristics of these birds. Okay, so when you are incorporating this idea of evolution beyond that, what you're trying to suggest is that,
What do you mean
in a
by
sense,
evolution beyond that?
yeah, well, what I'm trying to what you're trying to suggest is that there was some sort of subconscious micro evolution going on, to the point where they had a desire to change the size of their beak, rather than
No.
the ones with the bigger beaks are the
Incorrect.
ones.
I'm sorry, but that's wrong.
All right,
They didn't have a subconscious. They
could you
didn't.
just repeat what I said to make sure you
Yes.
understood it?
So you're saying that from our perspective, that these creatures, when you go beyond the evolution that was described by myself earlier, that if you extrapolate that over a long enough period of time, that we, from your point of view, are saying that they have a subconscious desire to attain those specific traits, to attain those specific characteristics. Is that a correct summarization?
That's what I believe the philosophical conclusion is with evolution.
Okay. May I explain why that's incorrect?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So it's not a subconscious desire. It's, as I said before, it's selection pressure. It's the logistical fact that if you only have a limited amount of resources available to you within an environment, competition for those resources are going to be such that if a species develops a mutation like a long beak, like a long beak that's meant for worms, but it's developed on an island where you have nuts, that mutation will be selected out of that environment because it is not conducive toward that resource gathering. The bird isn't consciously thinking or subconsciously thinking, oh man, it would be really great if I had a stronger beak. It's saying, oh man, I had the resources to be able to eat because I was able to collect much more worms today than my counterpart was. So now I'm going to be able to breed and continue the species. Whereas my counterpart, who wasn't able to get enough food to eat due to the limited resources, died, and therefore was, as I said before, an evolutionary dead end. They were not able to continue the species. That is the process at work with these selection pressures. It's not a conscious desire on the part of the species. As a matter of fact, there are plenty of mutations out there that can negatively affect certain groups within species. Certain populations could develop something that is very disadvantageous to their environment, but that does not typically last because, as I said, environmental selection pressures are such that they will be selected out.
Okay, so I agree with all of that. That is all very much true. Now, here's where the issue comes in. That within the realm of these finches, we are in agreement that they were working within their available gene pool. And I asked you a question, well, what was the finch before they were a finch? And you said some other bird, right?
Right, because the avian species that we have on our planet have a very long history of other species before them.
But it doesn't mean that it was that one species before it. I guess this is where I have a big issue with that, it's like if I grant you that, okay, it was another bird, and now the birds, they got, because of environmental conditions, they some were able to continue reproducing, some weren't, some died off, some carried on, and then the ones that carried on, when trying to reintroduce back to the original population, they've been separated long enough where now they can no longer interbreed, right? So this is the scientific conclusion, which I don't disagree with. My issue is that if you go far back enough, are you going to tell me, because I've seen the drawings and what I was taught, is that
the March of Progress and stuff like that? Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm just going to take a big gap, right? There's a big gap between these two, but something tells me that they're related. You have a rat and a bird. And I'm not saying that they are or are not, but just humor me for a second. The argument would be in evolution that this rat, flightless animal, eventually over time developed wings, or somehow had a mutation where it grew with wings and it was a beneficial, and now there's these flying rats, and then it broke off into two distinct species. And now you have rats and you have birds. That's where you lose me completely.
Well, I mean, I just purely working within the framework of the example that you provided. Let's say that that's true. Let's say that rats and birds, birds came from
Direct
rats.
descendants, yeah.
That's not scientifically accurate, but for the sake of this, yeah, sure, okay.
You could put any two animals that actually fit that category.
Sure. I understand the point that you're trying to make. I just wanted to make it clear to the audience that that's not scientifically accurate, but I see the point that you're making, regardless.
Yeah.
Why do you think it would be that at one point in the past, a population group of those rats developed wings, whereas they did not develop those wings before, or if they did develop them, they were selected out of that population?
I can't explain it.
Okay, so that's very honest. That's honest.
I don't
know. That's honest, and I appreciate that.
Or how the mutation. Was it just a random draw? This random mutation that turned out to be a wing that. My argument.
May I answer?
Hold on. I think that this microevolutionary consciousness, it would, if anything, it would help your case, because it would essentially say something along the lines of, this rat observed that there were these other flying type creatures out there, maybe, or maybe they realized that they saw bugs or a butterfly or something else flying, and they realized subconsciously somehow that if I could only fly, I could get these fruit that are at the top of this tree.
Right.
But the argument is, like, how did it decide that it knew, or was it just random and they just got lucky?
So it's neither of those. It's actually a case where, in the example that you provided, the bird came from the rat. If there was an instance before that point where the rat speciated into a bird that one of those rats developed wings, then the environment that it existed in when that happened wouldn't have facilitated that rat speciating away, because at that point in time, the environment and the niches that were taken up within that environment would have been such that it would have been competed out of that niche. So this is a very important part of evolution that needs to be talked about, is environmental niches and what niche each creature within that environment fills. Now, there's a few times in our Earth's history that we've had things called mass extinction events, where huge proportion of the niches that exist within our planetary ecosystem get wiped out in a very short period of time. This is an extreme example. This is not to say that this is what happens every time, but I feel like an extreme example is a good way to illustrate this on a macro scale. So when you have this mass extinction event take place, let's say that the rat species is one of the few that survives. There used to be a bunch of other species that lived alongside the rat that were avian species, that were very successful at being avian species. They filled that environmental niche. All of a sudden, when this mass extinction event happens, and this rat is still around, but there is no other creature equivalent to what filled that aerial niche, then that rat has the opportunity at that point where if it does develop mutations that lead towards wings and towards aerial flight, they'll have an opportunity to compete in that environment and to attain nutrients from that environment. Whereas beforehand, if they would have developed that, they would have been competed out of that niche and they wouldn't have had an opportunity to establish themselves. So that is where we typically see massive changes, like the development of things like wings or the development of, land-based creatures like Tiktaalik. They do that and they're successful because they're filling a niche that previously wasn't occupied, or if it was occupied, no longer is because of some environmental calamity that has taken place.
Yeah. I guess I'm just like, I just have a bad imagination. Maybe that's the problem here, because
well, I'll give you a real world example, right? And I'll compare it with another creature in the real world. Okay, so mammals had a niche. They had a very, very narrow niche before the K2 mass extinction event some 65 million years ago, and that niche was primarily what would basically be the land equivalent of bottom feeders. We lived on the canopy and we ate little grubs and little crap off the ground, and we did what we could to scrounge things up to survive. That was the niche that we filled. Then all of a sudden, this giant asteroid comes and wipes out these giant dinosaurs. Now all of a sudden, these mammals have the opportunity to be able to develop traits where they can fill in those niches, where they can fulfill the predatory niches, where they can fulfill the large herbivorous niches of like tree eaters and tree climbers and things of that nature. Those niches are now available because this event has happened, and that's what enables these other species to come in and fill that niche where otherwise it was already occupied. So that, and I just have a real world example to compare and contrast, is the hagfish. Because the hagfish is a species that has remained basically the same for much longer than even the K2 mass extinction event. And the reason why it has remained basically identical to its ancient counterpart is because the environment, the niche that it occupies, has still been suitable for it, and it has not seen a need to go outside of that niche in order to acquire nutrients, because the nutrients available to it in its niche are already perfectly sufficient to be able to satisfy its needs. That's why some species like the hagfish are very unchanging or very static, whereas other species like mammalian species have gone through massive changes in the same amount of time.
So I think like I said, I'm always thinking about like observable. And when we start describing some of these events that you put into real world examples, I think what the evolutionists and the scientific community does is they have developed a method which dates these things to happening or having have happened hundreds of millions of years ago. Right. And to me, that goes beyond my realm of like comprehension. Like I really, I'm sorry, I can't really think like logistically about humans past 10,000 years, to be honest.
No, and you know what? That's perfectly fine. I just want you to know that when we say that these species have made these massive changes, we're not doing that from the realm of philosophy. We're doing that because we have data that shows that the environment of this Earth, even just 100,000 years ago, was very much so different to the environment that we have now. Like, you look at a map geographically of the Earth during the last ice age, and it would be virtually unrecognizable to the Earth that we have today. And that's just in 1/10 the time. That's just looking back the 10,000 years that you just described. the Earth is not a static place. It is constantly changing. It's constantly shifting. The environmental pressures that other species have. Sometimes you get an exception, like the hagfish, that has found a very, very good niche for itself, where the environment really hasn't changed virtually at all for millions and millions of years. But the vast majority of the time, you have the case where the environment has changed so sufficiently that species either have to adapt to those changes or die out.
That adapt part, that's the part where I think you lost me. You don't adapt. You don't adapt. You work within the available gene pool.
But you don't, though. That's because mutations are a thing. You don't work within the available gene pool. There are new genes that are introduced to the gene pool on a regular basis.
But I think what the argument is that I believe that evolutionists make is that over time, enough of these micro mutations existed to create a completely different species. Is that the claim?
Mutations are one of the things. Like, the mutation is what facilitates the actual change itself. So the actual thing that causes a species that once did not have wings to develop wings, the mechanism that makes that happen is mutation. But mutation itself is not enough to be able to make that actually stick, so to speak, to actually make that change last. Because, like I said, you have the environmental selection pressures. And if your mutation doesn't align where you can either take advantage of your existing niche better than you were able to before, or alternatively strike into a new niche and be competitive in that new niche, then it's not useful to you, and the odds of you carrying that on through breeding are lower than those that have better access to nutrients through their different genetics.
Okay. Does the evolutionist model teach, or can you conclude that all living organisms, such as bacteria, plants, and animals, including ourselves, right? In from that perspective,
that we share a common ancestor?
Is there a common ancestor for all of that? For
all life that we know of right now, yes, there had to have been a common ancestor, because all life as we know it shares specific traits, like being water-based. Every single form of life that we know on the planet is water-based. There's never been a single one that's been found that hasn't been. Carbon-based is another major portion as well, even though we've been able to show in models that, silicon-based life is perfectly possible. Even certain forms of crystalline structures would be able to support cellular structures, but no other life on Earth has this character. It's all carbon-based. Well, there's fundamental characteristics that every single creature on this planet shares, and that's one reason why we think that. But another reason why we think that is because, as we said, as we look back in time, as we look at all of these fossils and all this information that we have access to, we see that these species come from ancestors that once were less prolific than their species that came after them. That's why it's called the tree of life, right?
Where
because
would you say this common ancestor spawned out of, like in our modern day Earth? Like Africa
you're talking
area?
about abiogenesis? So abiogenesis, like the actual development of the first life form, is not something that the theory of evolution covers or deals with. I don't know is the honest answer to how abiogenesis happened. Nobody knows for sure, but the theory of evolution deals with how life proliferated and how it adapted and speciated out of that initial life. It doesn't cover how abiogenesis happened or who did it or what did it. That's a completely different scientific discussion.
I think what makes more sense, and just kind of hear me out here, is like, say for example, I think a more reasonable conclusion is that life didn't come from one common ancestor, and that life didn't begin and a single point of origin at Earth, but throughout everywhere on Earth at the same times when the conditions were right, these different life forms would have started popping up all over the world, not just in one central place. So in South Africa, you have a certain life form that's developing that is just in the bacteria state or whatever. And then you have different life forms in Russia, in China, all over the world. And then some of these ultimately grew into like the different categories that we know, like the dog category and the lizard category and the fish category.
I mean,
So
that's an interesting hypothesis. What makes you think that that's the case?
I think it just that makes, because if the argument is that it's all carbon based, it's all water based, well, if it all grew in some kind of petri dish type of earth environment, then yeah, they would have a lot of similarities. Doesn't necessarily mean that it traced back to the one common ancestor. I think there can be many. If there were many common ancestors, it would make more sense. Now that is kind of more of like a
Well,
Noah's Ark.
that's interesting that you bring that up because one of the scientific theories that's posited is that life developed from multiple different origin points, but kind of coagulated and cooperated and worked together to form the kind of life that we know now. Like the mitochondria of cells. I'm sure you've heard from elementary or middle school. The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Well, when we look into the origins of the mitochondria, we find that it was a different cell in its earliest stages. It was like an entirely different form of life that basically found itself in a symbiotic relationship with this exterior cellular wall that it's found itself encased in. You know, it found itself in a place where, okay, I can generate nutrients more efficiently than this cell can by itself, but I can't protect myself as well as this cell can protect me when it's encased around me. So they both provided benefits for each other. And that's why the relationship was able to continue for like symbiotic and parasitic relationships are another very fascinating topic because when you look at the species on the earth and you count the total number of species, the vast majority of species that exist on this planet are parasites. You know, they're not in symbiotic relationships. They're literally like extracting something from the other species, either without its knowledge or against that species' will, so to speak, because it's benefiting from that extraction. I don't know, that just doesn't speak to a creation model to me of a loving and benevolent God that the vast majority of species he would create would be parasitic in nature.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, and I've done some research with microorganisms and the life of soil, and I mean, these things on a molecular level they might seem insignificant and parasitic, but they ultimately, a lot of these things are part of an ecosystem.
Oh,
And
sure. I mean, like I'm not saying that parasites are unnecessary for life as it functions. I'm just saying that if you're an omnipotent, omniscient God that's able to create everything to the point where it's perfect, like it allegedly was in Eden, then like what was the like a famous example that I've given before is what was the head louse doing in Eden? You know, like the head louse is one where it has legs that are specifically equipped to only exist on human hair. It's literally made to wrap around human hair specifically. They can't even walk under their own power unless they're wrapped around a piece of human hair. So what the heck were they doing in the garden? Were they just chilling out on Adam and Eve's hair, just having a good time, not being parasitic at all? Or like what happened with that? You
is
know?
there is I mean, I think my big conclusion here is not in trying to convince you about creation. My
Sure.
big criticism is more or less like, I don't see, there's some gaps that I feel are still missing. Even you admitted that when it comes to this abiogenesis, that what sparked it to go from non-life to life. I'm guessing that's what that means.
Yeah, that's abiogenesis, but but once again, that's not covered by evolution, so that needs to be made clear. Is that, and even though Kent tries to incorporate it into his argument, oh well, you've got chemical evolution and stellar evolution. No, the theory of evolution only deals with the proliferation of species on the Earth. It doesn't deal with how life got there. It doesn't deal with who put it there. That's all that it deals with is population dynamics.
Okay, so let's say there's two bacteria, right, in different parts of the world. One of these parasitic bacteria or whatever, it's in such a primitive state that it has the ability to get genetic coding from a different, like, similar type of creature. So let's say this one bacteria that's jam-packed with legs and they walk upright and all these different characteristics, whatever. And then there's another one that's like gills and then
Right.
you have fins and scales and all of these different things.
Right.
And then when these two bacteria kind of mix and match now, because they're in such a primitive life form rather than a more fully established like dog, right? They have that ability to gene swap. You know what I'm saying?
Everyone there?
I'm still here.
No.
We lost Aiden.
Oh no, he's gone. Now he's back.
Hello, can you hear me?
Aiden.
Yeah.
Test 1, 2. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So cellular division via mitosis is a much less. It's a reproduction process that's much less prone to mutation, because mitosis is a process where you're basically making a near exact copy of the original organism. Now, there's still going to be mutagenic changes that can happen within that copying process, but ultimately, it's not near as prone to genetic drift and to genetic aberrations as something like sexual reproduction. And we see that in the history of life on Earth, because in the Precambrian period, the Precambrian period lasted for the vast majority of life on Earth. We estimate that life has existed for about 3.6 billion years. And it's only within the last, slightly more than 500 million years that life went from just being little cells floating around in the ocean to proliferating into all of the different forms of life that we know today. And one of the big thoughts for why that's the case is because of the mutagenic change from mitosial reproduction to sexual reproduction, because in sexual reproduction, you inherently are going to produce a different creature than you or than the mother or the father, because you're combining two different genomes together at that point in order to produce offspring. So it becomes almost the opposite of mitosial reproduction, where you don't want the genes to be too similar. Otherwise, the coupling process will fail, and that's why incestuous relationships produce so many genetic aberrations and so many people with these problems that we observe, the Habsburg jaw is a very famous example. But yeah, you get a very different dynamic with sexual reproduction than mitosial reproduction.
Oh, you serious?
That's right, yeah.
Oh.
Aiden, I think that... go ahead, Gigi. No, you go ahead. It's your show.
Aiden, what do? You find out you're really a Jesuit priest?
I mean, I would have to reevaluate the fundamental principles of my life, because if I've somehow become inculcated into an order I didn't even know I was a part of, then clearly there's some other stuff going on under the hood that I need to look into. So that's what I would do.
It was so funny. Lupa got a picture from one of my videos, one where I have you as a little kid dancing. It was an old one.
Oh yeah. Oh, that was his thumbnail for his video, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was hilarious. No, he made a whole like stream complaining about me. That was like 45 minutes long. It was great. I haven't even watched it yet. I need to watch that stream at some point.
Oh, do you see that one video? It was so funny. He said to you as a big bad mama or AJ, you could all SUCX it.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
I
And if
put
you don't like it, suck it.
I put the DX song on it. I made it short and put the DX song.
Hey, stop trying to cross the road. I'm trying to pick up your poop, silly. I'm sorry, I'm walking Scooby right now.
I did the Scooby cross the
Hey,
road.
You know he's lying. Scooby's
back
walking
here.
in, he just pooped on the sidewalk. So now
get-
Scooby's going to pick it up.
Back over here. No, you get over here. Hey, you listen, young old man.
You're my Ruby Knack. Ruby, Ruby, Roo.
He's getting up to Scooby shenanigans right now. I don't want him to get hurt, so I'm trying to keep him on the sidewalk.
See, if you got him a sidekick like Scrappy, you might not have these issues.
Yeah.
It's true. No, he's really weird about other dogs. Like, he loves people. He's very much so convinced that he is a person, but he doesn't like other dogs too much.
What do you think of that, Josh? You should know you're Josh.
The dogs?
That's a good reason.
Yeah.
I love dogs. Anyways, my conclusion is, Aiden, just to wrap that up, I appreciate you engaging me in some of those questions. Like I said, you really lose me when it's like the billions of years. That's just I really, maybe it's the human condition. I can't think past like my 30, 40 years of existence, whatever, you know.
I mean, our brains just aren't really equipped to. Like, I was talking about this earlier with Mr. Logo was on the show, and he brought up the fatality counts for the Second World War, and it was like listing it in an infographic. And like, our brains are just not equipped to deal with numbers that large. They're not. You know, like we grew up in a hunting gathering kind of community where we only knew at most a couple hundred people. You know, we know that because the human brain, we've studied this, and the biggest social group that you could effectively keep as a human being, as far as like actually knowing each person and interacting with each person, the biggest social group that we can make is about 200 people. As far as like friends as close as like me and you might be considered friends, Josh, or me and Gangster go, like 200 people is about the max as far as that's concerned. So our brains are very much so limited by what we can directly observe and see. That doesn't mean that the evidence isn't out there to contradict that very limited view of experience.
Well, that's another criticism here, that I don't disagree with some of the data. I disagree with the conclusion, with how the data is ultimately
interpreted,
understood. Because, like, say for example, you take a carbon measurement of some fossil that you found, right? Whatever, and you get a number. I don't know what it looks like. 1,000 newtons of carbon. I don't know what the.
Oh, you're talking about like carbon 14 to carbon 12 dating.
Yeah. So what they don't come up with a time. They come up with a measurement of how much of that carbon is within that particular product, or whatever it is that they're measuring. So, say for example, you have you measure a bone that you found, and it has like 100 grams of carbon, whatever.
Right.
I'm not sure that's the measurement, but
so
then you measure something else, and it only has like 10 grams of carbon. So I mean,
right.
there's a certain amount, and there's a comparison being made, but then somebody ultimately draws the conclusion that the one with the more carbon is older or younger or whatever.
Well, it's not the amount of carbon it's not the amount of carbon just like as carbon that we look at. It's the fact that carbon-14 is a radioactive element of carbon. It has, I believe I might be getting these mixed up, but I believe it's 6 protons and 8 neutrons. And that's an uneven pairing, which means that under a very reliable timescale, because nuclear decay rates are something that we understand to work on a very consistent timescale, especially when it comes to nuclear half-life, we find that the carbon-14 will decay to carbon-12, which has an even number of protons and neutrons and is a stable form of carbon, over a very reliable period of time, similar to the decay rates of things like uranium or plutonium. So it's not necessarily a matter of how much carbon is there, it's a question of how much carbon-14 is there, and we can measure based on how much carbon-14 there is compared to carbon-12 how long this thing has been sitting and decaying for. However, carbon-14 dating is only useful up to about, I believe it's 50,000 years, because it's in about that time scale that all carbon-14 will decay to carbon-12, which is why we have other dating methods like potassium-argon dating, which within that 50,000-year time scale actually perfectly aligns with carbon-14 dating as far as the readings that it gives, which shows that it's not just some kind of like bunk science.
I mean, but when do they ultimately recalibrate the carbon-14 measurements? Like, does that ever get recalibrated?
Recalibrated. I mean, the measurement, like I said, the decay rate of carbon-14 to carbon-12 is understood to be a very consistent rate. You know, kind of like how we understand the decay rate of nuclear fission reactions with things like uranium-235 cells to the point where we can run nuclear reactors because we understand the decay rate as well as we do. The same is true for carbon and carbon-14 specifically.
Yeah, it's just that I guess it's probably like you said. I'm not meant to comprehend these massive amounts of
It's not necessarily. It's not that you're not meant to. It's that it's like asking a goldfish to run a marathon. You know, like we're just not capable of comprehending things on that time scale because we're a very short-lived species. You know, especially compared to something like the freaking lobster. We're only around for a minute, so you know, it's very difficult to comprehend. But that doesn't mean that the evidence and the data isn't out there. And I would encourage you to look into carbon-14 dating and potassium-argon dating, because I think that would really help, you know, illuminate some of these points and why we hold to these positions the way that we do.
If a volcano exploded, would it affect the amount of carbon-14 in the air?
Not the amount of carbon-14. There would be more carbon, sure. But carbon-14 is a specific element that, like I said, has a very reliable decay rate. So once that carbon-14 has been deposited in some way, shape, or form, you know, whether it be by a piece of tissue that has been fossilized or bone or something like that, or whether it be something like petrified wood, you know, like once that carbon-14 is made, it decays at a consistent rate. So if the volcano did add...
Are you there? Oh no.
Did we lose him?
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
He got raptured.
Let's get your ass back in here.
We got left behind.
Yeah. Or we got left behind.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh, I can actually. Josh, do you think Dinosaur Adventureland is a cult?
Do I think Dinosaur Adventureland is a cult?
Yeah.
No, I don't think they're a cult, but I definitely think that like they're exploiting what it means to be a church, because they're trying to get out of all of these federal like requirements, like paying taxes and like adhering to like the rules of the world because you live on a property large enough where you can kind of have your own, like, I don't know. I feel like there's some kind of exploiting going on with Christianity for a personal gain. I don't know if that makes you a cult, but
what do you think? Angry teddy bear?
Really? Yes.
Oh.
By the definition of it, I mean, and not to offend anybody, for me, Jesus was a cult leader. By the definition of it, of what a cult leader is, he started a new religion. They lived a non-normal life. Things like that. Now, was it a destructive cult? I don't know. Maybe some of the words that were from an apocalyptic preacher might be harmful, but I don't know. I wasn't there.
What about Muhammad Ali?
He wasn't a cult leader. He was, a Muslim, I guess, but he was a boxer first.
Who won in a fight between Muhammad versus Muhammad Ali in a Muhammad fight?
Well, we're not even sure. And this is the scholars. This ain't me. I'm not an expert in Islam or Muhammad, but there's a big push about starting to feel that Muhammad may have been kind of like some people think Jesus is a composite of other people, or different people, that there wasn't, say, just a person named Muhammad.
Oh, do you think Josh could have been Muhammad?
No, because Josh speaks the English, so he cannot be the Muhammad. He could be the Muhammad Joshua Lee.
Muhammad Joshua, that's me.
Yeah, if Brother Pike converted to Muslim, he had to change his name to Muslim. But if he converted to Hindu, he'd be a Hindu Pike.
He could be a Buddhist Pike.
Yeah. A Buddhist Pike.
A Buddhist. A Buddhist. I think Josh is a Buddhist.
Yeah, I am.
Yep, I am. Thanks to the brothers I ran around with. I was always about the top, and then they got me to notice that, dang, that girl got some back.
Oh, can I show you the shows coming up?
Yeah, it's your channel. You do what you want, Bubba.
Yeah, let's see. What shows do you have lined up?
Not mine, the PGs.
Oh, that's
tomorrow. Tomorrow. What's a Christian lifestyle special? What do you think of that, Josh? Have you
what
ever
does it
talked
say?
The Forge? I think it's called.
Oh, the Forge. I see the first one. I was looking at the other ones. I haven't got up to that one yet. The Forge.
Yeah.
What is a life? Okay, I'm with you now, Bubba. Sorry.
The Christian lifestyle. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's definitely not like trying to show your own righteousness. That's not the Christian lifestyle. I mean, this is everything that Jesus stood against. Like that these Pharisees, they were living the quote unquote Jewish lifestyle, but he had all these corrections for them of why and how they were doing it wrong. It was more of a tradition thing rather than what the Bible instructed. He called them out on is if your bull falls into a hole on the Sabbath, are you going to take it out or are you going to leave it there? And it's a lot of like legalism. So what these guys are trying to do is just recreate the Pharisees. It's like, this is the Christian lifestyle. You need to behave this way. You need to act this way. You're not allowed to get upset. You're not allowed to curse. And they make all these rules, and they just turn themselves into modern day
Pharisees and Sadducees.
Yeah, but this is why, like, I see it's not this idea of us being set apart. That's not the point anymore, or the point of how things should be is if you're involved in Christianity, you should let the light of Christ shine through you. You're not creating some dinosaur adventure land where you and all of your people congregate and you only go out into the public.
Right. You don't isolate yourself like a cult.
Yeah. I mean, when it comes to like this type of thing, and a lot of people, they claim that this is what they're doing, like, oh, I'm evangelizing, I'm doing this, and this. But the reality is to assimilate just more into regular society, you have a better chance of letting Christ work through you. Like, say, for example, you work at the post office, right? And you go to the post office and then you see your coworkers, and everyone sees that you always show up on time, that you're always polite and you're respectful, and you don't take longer breaks than you need to, and you just do your job, right? And you go home. And
So,
then you
Josh,
go
what you're
home.
saying is, like the Bible says, let your example or your fruits dictate how people look at you or perceive you, correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
by how
Well,
you're
I'm in
being
agreement
seen.
that, Bible, that, I can actually talk about the Bible, not argue about it.
Well, you have two
Yes,
people.
from Michael Pepsi's real quick. Sorry, Josh. Go ahead.
Yeah, you have two people at the post office. One of them shows up to work on time, and so does the other one. The only difference is one goes home and they read their Bible and they believe in Jesus Christ, and the other one, they just go home and they're just happy to be with their family, and and they do the things that they find joy and pleasure in. They're not worried about the afterlife, and I don't necessarily think that a Christian should be worried about the afterlife. Your concern is to live here and now.
Well, if I was to say it's a Christian's responsibility, or I guess duty almost, because when I read the Bible, that they should draw in the unbelievers if they can. You're commissioned, to witness. Well, who are you going to witness to? Other people that believe the same as you do? That's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot. A lot of these things are like called out on the Bible, like about going into the middle of the street and preaching. A lot of people think like, yeah, street preaching is cool, but I like I said, I guarantee you, somebody who just shows up to work and does their job and is just a good person in society, they're gonna bring more souls to Christ than you in your feeble efforts to condemn people to hell and to tell them that they're not saved and that they need the gospel and yada yada yada. There's a level of wisdom that a Christian should incorporate when deciding to evangelize. And when is the correct time to bring up Christ, right? Because this is what these people try to do. They try to always talk about Christ. They can't have regular conversations. So I think when dealing with a lot of people, I think it's more important to just be a friend to somebody than to try to dictate their faith,
Right. Sorry, I'm talking to Mod real quick.
Mod.
Yeah, she's okay, guys. For anybody that was worried, she's just taking a few days off. There's some stuff going behind the scenes, but yeah, she's good. She's good.
Michael Pesci is?
No.
Oh, Josh, here's one guy have a question for you.
Yeah.
Oh, right here. What do you think?
Oh, this person said, Josh, are you a regular on Praise I Am show? They are truly ultimate modern day Pharisees. Okay.
That's true.
No, I don't think that's true.
Okay. I did meet him. I did talk to him once. Praise I Am.
Mm-hmm.
ATCC.
Huh?
I don't know whether I should take that as a compliment or that he doesn't know how to spell very well, because he is a Christian. They don't spell well. Asshole, you're a pretty fart smeller. I haven't heard that for years, literally. Oh, well.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
I'm a smart feller, but sorry.
That's all right. We forgive you.
Yeah. Thank you. Dominus Omnis, you're forgiven.
Yeah, I did talk to Praise Am before. You ever heard of Godness Engineer?
No.
I cannot stand that dude.
He looks like him a bit.
Yeah, he was the first channel that I supported financially, and within 3 days, I stopped supporting him that way. I canceled. I still had to go through the whole month. It was all over who I vote for. So I screw that. I mean, more than that, but just he's got his own little cult himself. I don't care if anybody likes that or not. GE is a piece of shit. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I agree. He's crazy guy. I don't know, something about him just annoys me a bit. But I don't know, he's crazy. I don't really care for him, but I did see him once he debated Kent. That was crazy. But yeah, he's crazy. Oh, Josh. You know that Josh was the original name for Jason Voorhees?
For who?
You ever seen the Friday 13th movies?
Friday 13th?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were originally going to call him Josh, but they decided not to because Josh is too much of a nice name, I guess. They'll change it to Jason.
Oh, Jason is more like serial killer.
Yeah. Yeah, is that crazy? Oh, did you? Are you still doing your tacos thing? You said.
Man, I hope. I haven't done it yet. I never did it. I want to, but.
Oh, right now it might not be good because it's cold outside now. Oh, where are you at?
I had to sell hot coffee also.
Oh. Oh. Are you a cook?
Yeah, I'm a cook, man. I like cooking.
Oh, that's good. Are you a chef like Chef Boyardee?
I'm better.
Oh.
I'm better than Chef Boyardee. I'm like Gordon Ramsay, but better, you know?
Oh.
Yeah.
Like Angry Teddy Bear.
And Josh isn't as pissed off as Gordon.
Yeah. Not right now. Until I get pissed off. Man, I need to eat, man. I'm just trying to figure out what to eat.
Oh. What about... Oh, do you have Chick-fil-A where you at?
Nah, I don't.
They start
Chick-fil-A is like... I have to drive like an hour to get to a Chick-fil-A.
Oh. You got DoorDash?
I do have DoorDash, but I also have a car, so it's just easy. Like, it's easier for me to go pick something up. But anything like 30 minutes away, like nobody's gonna like come deliver out here.
So. They deliver where I'm at. They're awesome. They taste like Burger King combined with KFC.
How long does it take to get the food? Pretty fast, or like 30 minutes?
Yeah,
or
yeah, very fast. It's always very quick.
Like if I ordered like Chick-fil-A and they were able to drop it off, they would have to drive 1 hour to come drop it off.
Wow. Oh, DoorDash even delivers popcorn from movie.
Oh, they can go into the movie theater and just grab you like a large popcorn.
I mean, you can order it from a DoorDash. Is that crazy?
That's pretty cool. I like popcorn, but I like to cook it by myself.
Oh. Do you like movie popcorn?
Yeah, whenever I get the movie popcorn, I always like to get that like cheese powder spread that they have.
Yeah, but when you order it from DoorDash, the butter that comes with it tastes soapy.
Soapy?
Yeah, it's soapish.
Do they put it on the side or they put it on there?
It comes in its own thing.
Maybe you gotta warm it up in the microwave.
Yeah, it's crazy. You ever had DoorDash popcorn, Angry Teddy Bear?
Oh, pardon me. What'd you say?
You ever popcorn? Yeah.
No, I've never used. See, I live like even a little small town that I live. Like we used to live in and then moved. Like 3 miles outside of town. They're not big enough to have a DoorDash. And I live too far from town for DoorDash to come out here, even if I wanted to deliver them.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm in the same boat.
See, we got a little gas station in New Ross that if I'm hungry or I want something to eat, I'll just go there. You know, it's like a 5-minute drive that I'll go there, pick up a pizza because they have that. Some of the best gas station pizza I've ever had. But I mean, other places has the same one. I don't know if it's Hunt's Brothers or something. It's not too bad for the price. And not having to drive, 15 minutes at least to go get one from, Crawfordsville.
If I want to go get a pizza from like Pizza Hut, I got to drive like 35 minutes to go pick it up.
Oh, you're so lucky. I wish there was Pizza Hut around here.
Do you have Domino's or what do you have?
Little Caesars, Jets.
Yeah, I like Pizza Hut. I like lasagna. Lasagna's cool.
Guess who's here?
I don't know. It's CRP.
Yep. The great, the one, the only, Ritter Pike.
Oh, there's at least 4 of me.
Oh, okay.
How are y'all doing?
Good.
Is this the real Christian Pike?
It could be.
It could be.
Depends on how much you're willing to pay.
What?
Well, if it's Lupin's channel, it's $25, right, or something crazy.
That's when it's on sale. Yeah.
That's when it's on sale, like
That's
Black
the
Friday
Black Friday
deal.
sale. Yeah, that actually is. The 25 is actually the Black Friday deal.
Really? I saw Lupin on our local news station. Something about Mad Dog 2020 being on sale out there for $1 a bottle, and some Mipple guy got them all who was doing backflips in the pool.
I'm getting over a cold.
Hey, so am I. That's why I
You're
keep muting it because I'm on so much Dayquil right now. I'm surprised I'm even functioning.
Who said you were functioning? I don't know if I'd go that far.
Yeah, says the guy that can't wait till or has to wait till April of 2027 to have a discussion with you.
I'm not even going to cancel that until like January of 2027.
No, you'll wait till the day before. Oh no, 5. We'll have it at 6 o'clock. You'll cancel it by 5:45.
That sounds about right.
That
Look,
sounds right.
I used to be the king of cancellations, but I think the PGs have taken the title.
Really?
They cancel half their shows nowadays. I guess
Yeah,
you
that
gotta
is
have
true.
hosts to have shows.
I don't follow them anymore. I haven't been over there forever.
Yeah, they kind of recycle their guys every month or two now.
They had a show last night, but just won the power teams.
Oh yeah,
But
they
the
probably should have never started that.
night before that, they had Dan talking with this one guy from his buddy about evolution, I guess. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what he was talking about, but something to do with evolution. I think that might have been the show. His friend Jason. Yeah, that's where he was doing the singing there. It was funny. What do you think of that, Brother Pike?
Oh, I don't have very many thoughts about it at all. I don't know. I don't know anymore. I just don't know anymore.
You serious?
I know a little bit.
Brother Pike, do you think?
Oh, that's a good question. I was thinking about maybe doing one. I have a little bit of a busy weekend is the only problem. Of course, tomorrow's the holiday, and Friday is like even more of the holiday for me. And then I'm trying to debate whether I'm going down to South Georgia on Saturday. There's a church that wants me to come down and speak at their Thanksgiving meeting, but Tammy's dealing with the whole bed rest thing, so I may just cancel it. So if I do cancel it, then I can just do it this weekend because I'll be in town in Monroe. But if I wind up traveling, I may have to put it off till next week. But maybe this weekend because I probably won't go, to be honest with you. I'll probably cancel it.
Would you ever like to have Tim on your show?
Yeah, Tim is always welcome. I've given him an open invitation.
Isn't there a Bible verse about keeping your obligations?
Yeah, probably several if I had to guess.
Yeah.
Probably one of those reoccurring themes.
Yeah, bro.
I'm joking. I'm joking, by the way.
Oh, Josh. Yeah, I heard Tim and Jeremiah Buckingham are starting their own channel.
Who's starting their own channel?
Tim and who else?
Jeremiah Buckingham.
I like that kid.
He bucks the ham with Buckingham. Yeah, I heard Steven's going to help him. Is that crazy? What do you think? Tell me from your great wiseness. What do you think, Josh?
I don't know, man. Once a snake, always a snake.
What do you think, Brother Pike?
Well, I have a very strict people don't change policy, and so I'm gonna go with people don't change.
What does Angry Teddy Bear say?
I will say whatever Reverend Carp says. You can't go wrong with a fish.
Thank you, Asma. I appreciate that.
Except when I
just
take
by
pictures. They've
default.
always got fish lips in them. I just can't stand fish lips in a picture.
Oh.
Or duck lips. No, I like the fish lips since we're talking about carp.
Oh.
It's just like I just feel like Steven wants to have his dirty paws and everything. Like
it's control.
It's like just let the guy do his own. It's not that hard. They'll get a StreamYard account. They get a free one for a certain amount of hours. They do their thing. It's not rocket science. Like Tim can do all of that. He doesn't need his help for shit. Excuse my language.
What do you think, Brother Pike?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I hate to sound cynical because I'm supposed to be the opposite of cynical. But you know, I still kind of stick by my policy that people don't change.
People don't change. People don't change. Hey, this is the face.
People don't change.
This is the face Brother Pike makes when he first heard of that. See? And then another look. Like a disappointed dad.
Like a disappointed
And there's
day.
Look at his face. He looks like a crazy guy. Oh, guess who's here, everybody?
Brother
Okay.
Pike. I'm not even watching. Sorry. Let me see. Oh, Queen of Darkness. Hey,
Well.
Queen.
Look who finally decided to show up.
Yeah. What? Did you miss your noon, wake up call, Deviant?
Kinda.
What time is it there right now?
It's 10:15 p.m.
Oh, so you're like 6 hours in front of. Well, just like I think the UK is 6 hours too. I believe. If I remember
No,
that.
they're 5 hours. We're 1 hour ahead of the
Or is it
UK.
Australia that's 6 hours? I know somebody's out there
Yeah.
somewhere 6 hours besides Sweden. I guess everybody around you, but not Mother Russia.
They're 1 hour ahead. Finland is 1 hour ahead.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I've been wrong. I was
Mainland Europe is on the same, like Denmark, Norway, Germany,
all the important
France.
countries, just the ones that try to take over the world.
Exactly.
Sweden, they're still trying to take over the world. That Air Force.
Exactly. It's all we do all the time. Nah, we kind of stopped that after 17, 18. Or that's not really true because well, we were more concentrated on just taking over all of our neighbors.
Yeah, my mom's going nuts. My grandson is here. She's loud, so I'll try to keep this muted because she can get loud. I don't know. Can you hear her right now? Hold on.
I can hear.
Yeah, it's like this, and she's like 4'8", and she's like Spanish. Oh.
Hi, how are you today?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm awesome. And here.
And so am I.
Oh, that's good. Oh, guess who's back? Guess who's back?
Oh, the Kerp. Kerp. Sirp.
The
Back again. Yep. Justin called you the Rubai? What did he call you?
Yeah, he kind of Dustin sort of makes jokes that are for himself, I think.
Oh, okay.
Like comedians aren't good enough, so he just sort of has to be his own comedian.
Good night.
Good night. And sweet dreams.
Good night and sweet
And
dreams.
good riddance. No, I'm just kidding on that last part.
No, you take that back.
I do take that back.
Good.
But I hold it in the holster just in case.
Oh no. What if you saw this?
I know where you live.
I mean, honestly, I think everybody knows where I live at this point. Like public
Even this
information.
guy?
That guy forgets sometimes.
Wow. How about this guy?
That guy looks like he's fed up with the world and their system. And mostly
How
rent.
about this guy?
He definitely is not paying the rent.
Oh, this guy.
That guy's trying to take my rent.
How about this guy?
By threatening himself.
That guy looks like he's available for rent. And that is a little tiny Kiku McSiku.
Oh.
That cat is very annoyed.
And that right there, boy, that's a Canada boy right there.
Okay.
And I don't know what the heck that is.
Bye, Josh. We miss you.
What? Where did he go?
Disappeared.
Disappeared into the ether.
Yeah,
that one chicken won't stay in the pen. He's got an attitude.
That's true.
I put him in and he just gets back out. We couldn't clip his wings because we couldn't catch him, so he like can fly and the other chickens can't.
Oh.
So he's like king of the chickens now.
Wait. Yeah, but didn't he kind of become the king when he wouldn't let himself be catched to be mutilated?
Back. No, yeah, he's like OJ. He ain't going back. The juice is loose.
Old J Juice?
Yeah.
Oh. Brother Pike, what would your next show be about? Would it be about the peace of mind?
Peace of mind is a good topic. That's certainly something worth consideration. We need to probably get some first before we preach about it.
Okay.
Yes.
But can you talk? I just don't get it. Not too long ago, like some years ago, I remember you going to Steven's house to sign his book, and you both were very blue. I just don't know.
Oh, yeah, I imagine it. Yeah, he probably since has thrown that book away.
What? Why were you blue, though?
Abadi Abadai.
Oh.
Okay. I guess that's okay.
That's my reason. I'm blue.
You two were bestest friends. I just don't know what happened. Was it?
Well, he expressed his long hidden feelings for me, and I just wasn't able to reciprocate, Logan.
I heard it happened to do with Stump. Is that true?
That's the excuse he uses, but no, it's not true.
Then what is it then?
That I saw through him, and he don't like when people see through him.
But you're not Superman. You can't see through people.
Are you sure, Logan?
Hey, you bite your tongue, gangster.
You might be surprised.
You better recognize, boy.
Better
Put respect on Carp's name.
Oh, that's true. Azzo's right about that,
Oh, wait. And amen.
I noticed the chicken never flies back into the pen.
Yeah.
You ever seen a chicken fly through a tornado storm? They ain't got much control.
Who's seen
How much
that?
do you earn preaching, Brother Pike?
How much do I earn preaching? We're not in the black on preaching, Logan. It costs a lot of money to travel.
Yeah.
No, I'm not one of those guys that goes for money.
You know,
that's how you dress. You can't have money if you dress like that.
So you got that one shirt.
Yeah, that's one final shirt.
Oh, is
Do
this
they
what it
pay?
is? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Do they pay you? when you
Sometimes
come
churches give offerings. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, so like they take up collection and
Yeah, it's
you get
I most people who travel like have like a minimum offer. They require X amount of dollars. Like most of the guys who travel require that you get them a hotel room and give them X amount of dollars. I don't do any of that. So if a church feels to take an offering, that's fine. If they don't, that's fine. I always make it a point to tell a church if it's my first time visiting that they never owe me an offering. Like when I get up for the first time to preach, I tell them that.
Oh, that's nice. But
No,
do you ever
I wanted to ask sufficiently because I know that Jens, who asked the question, he has asked it before, not
Oh,
too
I
long
just saw
ago.
the comment. Yeah, I see the comment
Yeah.
now. Jens, I have received offerings in my life, if that's what you're asking. There are some churches that take up offerings.
When you
But overall, I would say I'm very much in the red on preaching.
do you ever scream when you get your offering? You say money.
I mean, on occasion, I'll scream about money. Who doesn't scream about money sometimes?
Yeah, you ever seen that Kenneth Copeland guy say money?
Oh, yeah, Kenneth Copeland blew the wind of God at COVID. I remember that.
I would, if I were to guess, I would guess that Pike is probably the antithesis of Copeland.
I hope so. Yeah, when it comes to money, I can tell you this: if if you're really a minister and if your goal is to tell people the truth, then don't do it for money because you're not going to get much. Because most of these preachers who receive a lot of money are people who don't also tell the truth. Because the truth is like, don't drink, don't smoke, don't cheat people, don't lie, don't do wrong to your spouse. You know, like pay your just and honest debts, live your life for others. And when people hear that kind of preaching, they don't always feel inclined to give you an offering.
What about don't eat human flesh?
I haven't mentioned that one yet, Logan. I guess that'd be more circumstantial.
Okay.
You got to know who your audience is. You know what I mean?
I so want to be in the
But what
audience
about
the day that you finally bring up that topic.
Well, you know, it's
Yeah.
coming. So
I bet it is.
Oh, what do you think of Steve Anderson?
You know, I don't know him, man. I mean, I've heard a lot of bad stuff, of course, but I don't really know. I mean, I know that like every time I've ever watched a video of him preaching, it was not interesting to me. That's not to say that he's never said anything good. I haven't seen that many videos of him, but the ones that I have seen have just been a bunch of theatrics and a bunch of nonsense.
Sums it up.
Oh. This video, he went off on that one video by what happened?
Pike probably lost connection because he just disappeared.
Okay, here it comes.
Oh.
And stay out.
No. Why would you say that? Pike is so nice.
It's my tagline. I gotta say it. I'm contractually obligated by YouTube to say it.
Okay. Yeah, I get it.
Not that I want to say it, but I just
No,
I
of
gotta.
course. I know a man's gotta do what a man's gotta do.
Oh. But how's your day today, Mr. Teddy Bear?
My day is wonderful. Especially since I got the story from Maud, but you guys can talk to her when she shows up ever. Yeah, she just kind of like just taking a break. She said she's detoxing from YouTube. I said, I'll see you in about 10 years then. That's a lot of talk that you got to get rid of.
What happened? Like,
girl.
did she?
Yeah, just a little bit of I think just everything at once. And then she's got probably other stuff that she's dealing with in the real. I mean, I've done the same thing 2 or 3 times. I mean, when I take a break, it's not for, like weeks or anything, but, for a day or 2 or 3. I think everybody should take a break away from it and go outside and enjoy it. Not in the wintertime when it's snowing, but or if you got a scooter and you get stuck in it. Poor Aiden.
Guess who's back?
Hey, sorry, Tammy.
Hey, you don't listen to instructions very well, do you, Pastor Carp?
No, sir.
I said stay out.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
This ain't a revolving door. Gangsters don't
yes,
get that electricity.
The money thing, though, is an interesting topic, though, because the truth is, like, a lot of people get into the ministry for money. And it's sad, but it's a reality. Like, most of the guys who do evangelism have a hotel and a $400 minimum to go anywhere. And then most of the guys who pastor churches require a pretty decent salary, and they're only working like 2 or 3 days a week. And I'm not saying you shouldn't compensate a minister. I'm not saying that at all. But a person should not get into the ministry for compensation.
Yeah,
That's
you
the
don't.
wrong motive.
No.
Yeah. My buddy, the rabid atheist, is an ex-Pentecostal AOG, preacher.
Yeah,
he talks about being broke all the time, so it's nothing you get into to make money. Because I know Joe Osteen would never, get in it for the money. AKA the Joker.
Look, I've been the brokest preacher you ever met before, so I know about that.
Who won a fight between Joel's team versus Connor Compton?
Who was the second one?
That guy who shouts, "Money!
Money!"
Who
I remember it was Jesse Duplantis. Everybody was talking about how he gets too much money, and he said, "I work for my father, and my father pays me well." Can you imagine being such an idiot?
Like Torben Sondergaard. Oh,
Those
yes.
guys are all atheists. I don't care what anybody says. They're all atheists because there's no way you can believe that you're going to get what's coming to you and do things like that.
Do what?
Like these guys who are in it, like Kenneth Copeland and Joel Osteen and all these, pieces of garbage who are in it for millions of dollars, ripping people off and stuff. Like all those guys are atheists. They have to be.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about it is, why would a preacher need more than one private jet, or even why do they need one?
I don't even have one as of. I'm kind of getting sick of it.
You could take 1,000 airplane trips and still not be the same amount of money as buying a jet airplane. I don't get it.
I'll tell you what, Kenneth Copeland made a good argument for it. One time they asked him, they said, "Why do you need a private jet?" And he's like, "Well, when you're in a commercial airliner, it's like a tube full of demons." And I was like, "Yeah, I got to vouch for that."
That's true.
That's
okay.
true.
I'll let off the hook on that one, but
I mean, I would like a private jet if you guys don't mind, or if you do mind.
I can give
It
you a
depends
turkey
on where
farm.
you're going with it. If you
the
use
Bahamas.
it to
Yeah,
okay,
this
then
time
I
of year,
mind.
like Hawaii needs the Lord, So
Then I mind. If you were going to use it to come here to visit, I would be okay with it. But if you're going to Bahamas and leaving all of us behind in the cold, then nah.
I'll probably come there too, to be honest. I mean,
Good.
whatever it takes, like I'll lie, like whatever it takes to get the jet,
Yeah. Of course, I'm
of course.
counting on that.
But that's what I always tell people, like when it gets cold outside and dreary and drab, and it's like, man, Hawaii needs the Lord. You know what I mean? Like I need to bring him over there.
They
My
probably
grandfather used
never
to say,
heard him.
my grandfather, he was hard on ministers, and he would say, "You traveling evangelist, you feel like God sends you down to Florida in the wintertime and New York in the summertime." He would always say things like that. He told him one time, he was preaching on how sorry ministers are, and the name of his church was Little Bethlehem. And so they were having a big camp meeting in I think it was 1977. They were having a big camp meeting, and there's a bunch of traveling evangelists who had come, and he was just preaching on how sorry traveling evangelists are. And he goes, "It's getting hot at Bethlehem. You traveling evangelists better get to traveling." He was so cool.
Oh, that's funny.
I wish I could have known him better. I was so young when he passed away, but he was like the coolest.
That's how I feel with my grandpa. He was a minister, or he was a priest, to be honest. And I've talked to my aunt about him in later years, and he seems like such a cool guy.
Yeah, I was so young when my grandfather on my dad's side died, and my whole life I was an atheist up until my late teens, turning close to 20, and once I kind of took a different direction in life, and I realized who he was and what kind of life he lived and what kind of figure that he was in the community, I was like, man, I feel so robbed not to have known him.
Mm-hmm.
So your name was Atheist then? And then when you get
Logan.
became a Christian.
Was it Atheist Junior, or were you senior back then?
It was Atheist the third. Yeah.
Wow. No, I think you were senior because AJ must be your son.
I think AJ
that explains a lot about you, Carp.
I think AJ's younger than me because I'm 34, and I think he's maybe in like his late 20s.
Really?
No,
I think.
No, he's like
mid 30s. I mean, but I'm not.
Oh,
sure.
is he?
No. He. I think he turned 30 not that long ago.
I think you're right. I think he told me that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
Oh,
Don't get
are
into
you
the ministry for
serious?
money if you're planning to tell the truth, because you won't get any.
Well, if you tell them about the good
Yeah, I mean,
news,
the problem with that is
true.
when you tell them the truth, then you're like, hey, don't do all that bad stuff and start doing all that good stuff and make sacrifices in life. And they're like, no, we don't want to.
What if you tell them about Dinosaur
On
Adventure?
occasion, I have mentioned it to people. You know, I went there myself, didn't stay the night, feared axe murder. And so since that point, I haven't recommended it very much.
just to some people. On other
Yeah.
occasions, you will recommend it to someone.
Yeah, there are some people I'd like very much to send there. There are some people I'd like to send to another place, but I don't have that kind of power.
Well, the next best thing, it's not bad.
Look, I'll tell you what, I really don't want to harp on Kent because there's a lot of things Kent has done in his life that I totally agree with and think are good. He's taken in a lot of drug addicts, try to help them get sober. I don't want to take anything away from that.
So,
But I'll tell you this, it is one of those cases of don't meet your heroes, because ever since I've gotten to know him personally, my opinion of him has plummeted from where it
Yeah.
was before. And I'm
I
not
mean,
taking nothing away from the good that he's done, but there's a lot of bad that goes with it.
Right.
but if you consider it this way, you said first of all he's helped a lot of drug addicts get off. He hasn't done that because he having a place where those kind of people can come to work. That's not what's the word, missbruker, like dependency care. When if you are oh my god, stupid fucking brain, what's the word when you like do drugs? You're
Sorry, lazy, good for
addiction,
nothing. Oh yeah.
addiction care. It's
Yeah, I got
actually
one right.
very yay. It's actually very, very
Oh my
bad.
God, I'm starting to understand deviant. I'm detoxing from YouTube now.
Hey, what the
What
fridge?
happened to that asshole? Yeah, deviant drove him clean the hell away.
No, and also, while I get that you don't want to take the good away from someone, and I don't think that you necessarily need to do that, but also every single person has done something that has been beneficial for someone else, even, and I'm gonna say it, Hitler.
People always go to Hitler.
It's like, yeah, but we all know why that is.
No, I mean I get it. Like even Hitler, helped him with the Autobahn and the Volkswagens and stuff.
Yeah, people had work. It's just with the good, the amount of bad that came with it kind of overshadows it.
I
And
get it, but I mean I'll tell you this: it is easy when you're in a community that's dominated by people that all have a similar perspective about a public figure like Kent. It is easy to kind of turn them into a one-dimensional figure in your mind.
of course, of course. But I also know that in there are so many good people who are Christians, who are preachers and ministers, and who do not abuse their children, their spouse, who do not cheat on taxes and lie constantly, and um, takes advantage of the weakness of others.
Not as many as you
So,
think.
I mean, that's my opinion. I'm not saying that you should have that opinion, but
No,
it's my
I know, and
opinion.
like I said, meeting him and getting to know him has been one of those classic cases of don't meet your heroes, because it was a lot easier to maintain a higher opinion of him before having gotten to know him personally, of course, and that's the case a
Yeah,
lot of times. But everybody's not guilty of those things, of course. All
sure.
I was trying to say was I don't think of him in a one-dimensional way. Like when people say Kent is a fraud, I don't generally. Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can
Okay,
hear you.
sorry, stupid phone calls. When people say Kent is a fraud, I don't generally agree with that, and I'll tell you why. I think he really believes what he's doing is right. And a fraud is someone who knows that they're being deceptive, and I don't think Kent falls into that camp. I can have an honest disagreement with someone's ideas or even someone's practices without taking it to the point of saying, well, they're out there trying to deceive people. I don't think that's the
Of
case
course.
with Kent.
I think it's a. I have fluctuated on that point when it comes to Kent, whether or not I believe he knows his. I mean, whether or not he is actually bullshitting people, or if he do believe.
Well, obviously, I'm not a mind reader, you know.
No, and
I
neither
just
am
hate,
I,
I
of
guess I hate
course.
to assume that about anybody because it's such a horrible way to think about someone. Like, if a person really does pretend to help drug addicts just to get free labor, that's a really sorry human being. And I don't want to just believe that about somebody. You know what I mean?
No, of course, and neither do I, and most of us don't. I just think I have had such bad experience and paid so dearly for trying to just be a fellow human to someone.
Yeah.
That I kind of come to the conclusion that I cannot afford it anymore.
Yeah,
For my
I've
own
been there.
survival kind of thing, not monetarily,
No,
but
I understand what you're saying because I'm
yeah.
I'm a very like emotionally invested person, and I
Mhm.
don't care so much about like things and money and stuff. That's never been my weakness in life. But
No.
I really get to know people and I really get to care about people. And when people like do things like that and I feel as though I've been manipulated or mistreated or used or whatever, that's hard for me to get over. That's kind of my weakness in life.
Yeah. So it's the same for me. I do care very much on those points, and it's easy to think that no, I can shut that part out and just be a friend without caring. No,
No,
no, I
I
can't.
can't do
I
that.
can't. I
Yeah, I don't have
can't.
the ability to do that.
No.
I wish I could sometimes.
Oh
Because
yeah,
I've had
for
some
sure.
really, really bad things done to me and said about me from some people I did a lot to help.
Yeah. Yeah, and it hurts, and it leaves a mark. Not Mark Stoney.
No, Marky Mark.
It does
Mark.
leave a Mark Stoney on occasion. You know,
Yeah, but don't
it's
step in
like
that
Gandhi
Mark Stoney
said.
stuff.
What
It's
did
like
you say?
Gandhi said. Every rose has its thorn. As a
It does. But see, the important question for me is not how much you make preaching, but how much does it cost that you don't preach? Asking for a friend.
that's a very interesting question. I'll tell you this. It usually for me to travel for the weekend and speak at a church with me and the family on the road cost me about $300. And if I averaged out the times I get offerings and the times I don't get offerings and what the average amount is, then it probably averages around somewhere like $200 a trip. So I'm probably going into the red about $100 a trip on average. And I think that's a pretty close figure to accurate.
You're probably in the red by the time you get to the end of your driveway.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that like the poor mouth. I do this because I feel called to this. I don't care
Oh
about
no,
money.
I understand that, but I'm saying it's not like even $200 is going to make anybody rich.
No, at the very most, it pays the expenses for the trip. Like, I visited a church in Alabama. What was the name of that town? It's in northern Alabama where the hills are.
Hill
I can't
Jack
remember.
City? Oh, that's all Alabama.
No, it's in North Alabama, right as you get into the hills. God, what's the name of that freaking place? Anyways, I went there to visit a church a few years ago, and I think the trip cost us like $400, and I think they gave us like $400, so it paid for the trip. And that doesn't always happen.
Right. But that still doesn't do anything for your bills or, to
No,
make a
no, there's
living out of
never
it.
been an instance of like making money from it.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Everybody presumes, like you said earlier, and I know
No,
more
no, at
broke
the very
preachers
most, it pays the
than I do
expenses
the
for the
rich
trip.
ones.
No, 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 no. I can promise you that's not the case. There's been many, many times that I was doing a paint job or a tile job just to put money into the ministry.
Wait, what?
Oh, I broke up. You guys hear me?
Yeah.
I do
You have done a tile job?
Oh, I do construction work. So like a lot of times
Oh,
if there's
yeah,
like a
yeah.
ministry expense that has to be paid, I'll go work on a Saturday or do a small job or something to put money into the ministry to pay the expense.
Okay. I see. I thought for somehow that like
And
you
you see
went
that I
there
paid.
and they just happened to need their bathroom tiled at the ministry. I was like, what?
Oh no, well I
How often
have
does
done
that
those kind of
happen?
jobs too. There is a church that I preach at over in Washington, Georgia that we went down on the weekend and painted the whole sanctuary and the foyer and the hallway for free on a Saturday one time.
Yeah, but it's not like that common, I would guess.
I mean, we do it when we can. I wish I could do it more often, honestly. But no, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like I remember Steven said one time that I write bad books to make money, and it's like the most insane accusation. Like right now, I'm collecting a list of names and addresses for whenever my new book gets published, which I'm hoping will be in December. Cross my everything. So I'm collecting a list of names. Those books cost me about $4.50 a piece plus shipping to order. And if people want signed copies, I order them to myself, then I sign them and repackage them, then I mail them out to them, which costs about $7 in shipping. Or if they don't want signed copies, I send them directly from Amazon, which costs me about $7 or $8 in total. And the list is going to be a minimum of 40 names. So that alone is going to cost me hundreds of dollars.
Yeah.
Like, it's just so ridiculous, the idea of him making that accusation. It's like, man, do you not, like, why even say it? It's a hurtful thing to say. I spend literally thousands of dollars out of my own pocket to send out gospel literature around the world. And I put the stuff on Amazon for the sake of convenience and price it as low as the software will allow me to.
So I think you answered why he says it. It
Yeah.
is because it is hurtful.
That one got me. That one took me a couple of weeks to get over. Which I mean, it's sad. Like I should have more fortitude than that.
Who said that to you about you? I missed that part.
Stephen did.
Well,
He
but
told
what has
people
Stephen did?
that I just write
What
bad
has
books to
Toilet
try to
Bowl
get
done
rich.
that's worth bragging about?
He's in possession of copies of my books that were given to him for free.
And he still wants to bitch and moan. So that's how you're making money. You're giving it away.
It's
Good
so
business
insane.
plan.
It's the most insane accusation. I told him because he was living in a little trailer. I say little. It was actually a very nice trailer on the property of the girl that he was engaged to before this girl. And so I went down on the weekend to go pop in, surprise him, and sign his book and hang out for a day or whatever. And he said he wanted to get the inside of the house painted. So I told him, I was like, well, I'll come down one weekend and bring my paint tools, and me and you can probably knock it out in a long weekend, and I won't charge you anything. And he was like, yeah, man, for sure. Well, before we ever did that, he fell out with me or whatever. But I was offering to come paint his house for free. I was going to put the paint on my Sherwin-Williams account. Like, it's just, when he says stuff like that, it just gets under my skin because he knows it's not true when he says it.
Okay, but you know why he's saying it?
To get under my skin.
Well, no, he's jealous. Is where it all comes from. Yes, he wants to do that to you. Don't say, I'm not saying that is a no, but he's jealous of your success and what you've done, and he can't do it.
I don't know what people would be jealous of. Like, I get out here and beat
Has
my brains
Steven
out
written
and
a book or two
try
or
to
three or
scratch
20?
out a living. Well, I mean, like, the thing is, like, I get out here and work. I try to scratch out a living. I'm running behind most of the time. Like, I'm not a wealthy person. There's nothing really to be jealous of.
Okay, but it's still your accomplishments. If he hasn't written a book or two or 3 or 20, you've already one-upped him.
But
how many people get
I don't like
I wish I could write a book. You know, at least you went out and did it. It takes a lot just to even start that process. Nevertheless, to see it through from start to finish, and you did that. Did he? No.
I think Aiden's jealous of your tire swing.
Yeah, it's no tires.
We're all
Now that tire swing is pretty
his
cool.
tire swing.
It's pretty cool. That is probably the coolest thing that I have to offer to others is the tire swing.
Of the joy of a
I don't even know how I got on the subject of Steven because you guys weren't even talking about Steven, so forget I said anything about
Yeah, because always about you, Carp. We just follow you.
It really is. No, it's really irritates me though, because like he'll bring me up 50 times over there, and then if I ever bring him up once, he's like, "Oh, Christian Pike's obsessed with me." It's like, dude, you brought me up 100 times.
Am I going to have to give you the mod speech?
It's so ignorant. I'm ignorant for bringing it up.
You are.
So,
I'm glad you can recognize your ignorance. And we can
correct.
bask in the glory of that ignorance.
We share in that opinion, Asa.
Can I
No,
tell you
we
what
don't
I'm?
share that ignorance.
What'd you say, DB?
Can I tell you what I'm jealous of?
You may.
Except from the book part, because I've already established that I'm jealous of that. I'm jealous that you have a house.
Well, I mean, it's like most of a house. I got to finish it.
I think Phantom actually wrapped it up pretty good, what I was trying to say. Yeah, so Christian has a job, writes books, travels to preach. Stephen has none of that. Jealousy makes sense.
He
Thank you,
also
Phantom. You put
has
that
a loving wife.
that he ties to the bed. That's I don't know if that's called
Yeah, it
loving.
kind of depends on what day you catch her, really, you know.
Right.
On like Wednesdays, she does pretty good.
Yeah, that's the day that she usually tries to plan her escape.
Yeah, on Wednesdays.
She's like, yeah, go over to Stephen's. Go
That's
paint for a few
today.
days. I'll be okay here by myself.
Oh no!
Come home to an empty house.
You know, it's funny. Like the idea of jealousy is so funny to me because I am constantly disappointed in myself. Like I don't need other people to be disappointed in me. I like beat them to the punch.
I'm proud of you.
I appreciate that, Logan.
Yeah, I
But
give
it
you
is weird
compliments
though,
all
like
the
the way
time,
that your
Carl.
mind works. I have a certain level of expectation of myself that I never reach. And so when I hear of like somebody who's like jealous, I'm like, what the heck are you talking about? I'm running behind every month.
See, I don't know how Stephen does his. I've never been over for quote unquote book studies, but does he let the atheists engage, or is it pretty well controlled?
No.
That's what I'm saying. See, there's something else. I mean, here you're interacting with atheists, the quote unquote enemy, according to Toilet Bowl, and we're sitting listening, asking questions. Why would an atheist ask a theist a question about the Bible, and it not be a gotcha moment?
I mean,
you got a lot more going for you than he does. I don't care what anybody says about that.
I wish him well, honestly. I don't know how things got as far as they did. I wish there was something I could do or say to undo the damage, but I don't think I ever caused the damage.
No.
I'm not saying that like to be like arrogant or say that I'm right, but I have reflected over the situation so many times and just thought about it. And yeah, there's a lot of times when me and him were going back and forth that we would get snarky at each other. But as far as going back to the roots of it, I don't think I ever did anything to cause the damage.
look at how many people does he have around him that he doesn't drive away sooner or later. It seems like the more someone actually does for him, the harder he will drive them away once he has gotten what he wanted.
Right.
I don't know. I really hate the situation. I told somebody the other day that this kind of stuff keeps me up at night because I don't like it. Like when I was younger, I loved debates. That's actually one of the reasons that Stephen wanted me on his channel is because I was going to be like the debate guy. They tried to replace me with Tim until they ran him off, but he wanted like the one guy that was like just smart enough to where he could do debates or just educated enough to where he could do debates so Stephen could line up debates on his channel and then get like a debate thing going where he could compete with Donnie or whatever. That's what he wanted. And when I was younger, I loved to debate. I've always been argumentative. I've always been kind of intellectual person. But, I kind of hate that stuff now. Like, you don't know how often I'm sitting in a chat room like this or in a real room with people, and people say stuff that I don't agree with, and the impulse is never there to speak up and correct them. Like, I just don't have to do that anymore. The other night, Bruce got mad at me. We were on Daniel's channel, and Daniel was saying some Orthodox stuff because he's Orthodox. And Bruce was like, Christian, aren't you going to speak out against that? And I was like, why? This is his channel. He can say whatever he wants. And he's like, I thought you were standing for the truth, brother. And I was like, Bruce, I don't feel the need to vocalize every time someone says something I don't agree with. Daniel was not inviting me to a debate. He was just talking. So I said all that to say this. I get no enjoyment from any of this. Like, I'm not trying to be the winner. I'm not trying to be vindicated. I don't care about any of that. I have like kids to raise. I have a wife to care about. I have a ministry to see to. I have a house to build. I have like real stuff going on that matters. And I thought me and him were like cool and wanted to like be friends and support each other in life. But it turns out that was just me.
Right.
Anyways,
he may have wanted the same thing, but he wanted it on his terms, not something that's convenient for both of you.
I don't know what he wants. Like, I know that at one time he wanted me as like the debate guy on his channel to help build his channel. I know that is what he wanted at one time. Now he seems to want to make me out as the Antichrist. That seems to be his most recent desire.
So then if he's listening in past shows, and he's probably pissed off every time I sit there and said it's, people like you, Gangster, and a few others, that if I was ever going to convert would be the reason I convert, not somebody like, the PGs or, anyone like that, because there's no love in it.
I wish I could get him to see that. I really do. Because
I wish, yeah.
I
And I'm
wish
the
I could
enemy.
just get him to hear it the way that you guys hear it. Because the way that I was when I was younger, I was an atheist until I was 18. And I know that's still pretty young, but I know how it sounds to an atheist because I know how it used to sound to me. And I wish that I could get him to understand that they're not hearing it the same way that you're hearing it. You need to be able to hear it the way that they hear it.
Yeah, you sure don't talk to atheists, especially ones that have strong feelings about the alphabet community, with garbage like, trans kids are being sexually mutilated, which is nonsense in itself. And that automatically is going to turn off everybody that,
or
has a grasp on it, because Stephen doesn't have a grasp on what trans is, or
Dang,
any
I was
other
going to try that
subject
one.
for that matter.
Let me change my notes real quick, Azo. I thought that was going to convert you.
No, between you and
Or-
mine, I'm like a halfway backslidden atheist.
What are you sliding on?
I don't know. I thought it was poop, but then if I say that, I don't want Carp to rebuke me and be treated like he is by Steven. I'd hurt my feelers if I had any.
I'll tell you this. I hope I never treat nobody like
Bruce's
that.
ass.
If I've ever treated any of you guys like that, I apologize because it is not kind.
You're actually entertaining, and it's it's not always shoving the gospel or religion down, and usually it's somebody asking you, that gets brought up.
Yeah, I mean, I told Bruce the other day because Bruce was like, "Why don't you speak up more?" And I was like, "Well, Bruce, I do weekly teachings where I ask people to let me have the floor for like between 30 minutes and 2 hours, and they do it week after week, and that's a really big ask, and they do it anyways."
And how many of us are atheists that go there? That's what's even more astonishing. I keep bringing that up.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I think I can stay quiet sometimes when I don't have the floor,
Or unless you have a teaching where AJ and every other monkey butt comes on and disrupts it.
I get more disruption from Bruce and Dustin than I get from any of you guys.
I know, because you're heretical.
I love that term, heretical. I was talking to Bruce one day, and I hate to keep harping on Bruce because
Oh no, you're a hypocrite. That's right. You don't like heretical. You're a hypocrite.
Well, he told me he said, you're a heretic. I said, Bruce, do you remember the scripture about where it talks about heretics? And he's like, no. I was like,
Uh-oh.
Hold on, I had to block it on the phone. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
No, answer your phone call. The atheists want to talk about you behind your back.
No.
Hello.
No,
Yeah, Deviant, we've got him fooled really good. He thinks we like him. Oh, and stay out.
I wish I could be like that, and I'm trying, because you have to remember. So, believe it or not, I do have like friends outside of YouTube, even though most of them have forgotten about me.
Phone calls.
I got a whole family that's my friends. I call them the plastic family.
Yeah, I don't have that as much.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll send you one.
Oh.
I'm the representative.
Awesome. Yeah, it's complicated. It's complicated.
Life is complicated.
Yeah.
Oh, he left again? What the heck is up with this dude?
Well, he did as you told him, and he took the phone call.
Oh, good. So we can keep talking about him.
Yeah, so that was
and that is the worst part about Bruce. You cannot get a word in when he's on his little rants. And if you interrupt him, he doesn't understand what he did. And Dustin.
I would say that it's a far stretch between the two of them.
Right, but they're still extremists. I actually like both of them, believe it or not, except when they get to that gosh, I don't know, just that nonsensical, especially Bruce when he's screaming and yelling and
Yeah, sure, but with Dustin, he's
Pike.
actually self-reflective.
Right. It's like he's looking in the mirror and he's taking his whatever it is that his feelings for himself out on everybody else.
Everybody, it's been about 4 hours and 29 minutes.
You're a wiener gangster. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
I need to talk to you after the show, Basil.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah. Can Deviant come? Well, yeah, she'll be here anyway. She's one of the guys.
It depends if Gangster Ghost wants me to, or if.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I should invite somebody.
I just need to talk to you.
Okay, that's fine. Sorry,
Okay,
I said anything deviant.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
We're talking about you, I guess.
Yeah.